I can't tell you the number of people that ask me all the time, hey, Dr. Woode, what labs should I get checked? I'm trying to work on my diabetes. I'm trying to work on my health. I'm trying to work on getting healthier, and I want to reverse my diabetes. What should I look at? And so tonight we're going to spend some time looking at the labs that we should get as we are working on getting better. And we're going to actually take a look at some of my labs. I think I've been telling you for a while now that we're going to take a look at that. That's what we're going to be doing tonight. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. And here on the channel, I am educating, empowering, and encouraging our patients, our clients, our viewers to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to improve their health, who want to get off of diabetes medications, and who want to reverse their diabetes. Also, if you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap. And some music to let you know that we are excited and glad that you are here with us tonight. If you have questions, and I hope you have questions, go ahead and put those in chat. We'll get to those as we get through the show. Make sure you put a Q and a colon in front of it. And then, of course, like we do, you guys know how we do it here. I've got my meters that we're going to take a look at here in just a minute. We're going to take a look at my report. That's my Dexcom that you see on the screen right now, and see what's been going on over the last several days since we ended our fast, which was actually last Friday. And you know how we do. We kind of continue that process as an ongoing development and improving of ourselves. So glad that you are out there. I do see some folks. I see Teresa. Teresa is saying, hello, Steve. Let's see, pull that up. Hello, Steve. And I think I saw Steve on earlier. He actually was commenting before we even went live. So Steve, hey, I see you out there. I think you were over. Yep, I see you over. He said, evening, young ladies. Jennifer is out there as well, was commenting. So glad that you guys are here and that you're taking time to be healthy. I had a great weekend. Last week, as you remember, we had lots of graduations, and I'm sure you had graduations as well, and lots of things were going on. And this week, we're getting full force into the summer. Well, let's talk. So, as we are working on improving our diabetes, there are several things that go on in our body. As we're working on getting healthier, there are several changes that we will see as we go throughout our year, our month, as we take visits to our doctor. And there are some key things that we want to make sure that are being checked and that you are mindful of as you are going through the process of working on your health. And I'm going to show you something that happened to me with this most recent set of labs that I got, which I don't know that it was surprising. It was expected, but I wasn't happy about it. And you'll see a look. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at blood sugars here, and then we'll get started. Okay, so on the screen you should see now my Libre, which is coming up, and Libre says that my blood sugar is 74. As you guys know, I actually wear two glucose monitors. I wear a Libre, which is what you're looking at right now, and then I also wear a Dexcom, which, well, I thought I had it up, y'all. Well, let's take a look. There it is. So the Dexcom should be coming up in just a minute. It will connect as we take a look at that. In the meantime, over to my left, I do have my Keto Mojo meter, and also I do have my Contour. As you know, those are the four that we usually use as we take a look at what blood sugars are doing. Let's see if that Dexcom has come up yet. Yeah, so 94. So it's 94 for the Dexcom and 74 for the Libre. People often ask about differences between the two. As a matter of fact, I had that conversation in the office today several times with people who were talking about differences. And remember, for all of these monitors, they are, and they can be about 20%. That's the standard. 20% different from each other. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's take a look at what my Contour and my Keto Mojo are saying, and then we get a better idea of where these other two stand at this moment. Also remember that there are different things that can cause the meters to have numbers that are not completely accurate. For example, heat will sometimes affect them. Also, if you've been taking a lot of vitamin C, that will affect some meters as well. All right, so now we've got my Keto Mojo and my Contour. I just need to get a drop of blood. And I'll need 3 drops of blood because I need 2 for the Keto Mojo. And let's see if that was, I don't think that was a good enough drop. All right, so hold on a minute, y'all. Okay, let's use a different finger. All right, let's see. There we go. So that will be 1 for the Keto Mojo, 1 for the Contour. And so what do you think my ketones are going to be? We're going to look at that here in just a minute. So 77 blood sugar for the Keto Mojo and 85 for the Contour. The Dexcom said that it was 94 and the Libre said it was 74. And let's go ahead and get a ketone strip into the monitor, and let's see what that will show. And of course, like I always do, I'm going to tease you guys and hop back over here, and we'll talk about what that's going to show here in just a little while. Okay, in the meantime, so let's go ahead and let's hop over and let's have a conversation about results. Right, about blood sugars, about results. In metabolic disease, there are several general things that your doctor will check. They will, and if you're having specific items, if you're having specific things go on, there are, of course, things that they will check. If you're fatigued, if you're having pain, if you have other disease processes, they'll check other labs. As we talk about diabetes and remission for diabetes or reversing diabetes, or even as we are managing diabetes in general, there are several things that we want to take a look at, and we'll go through those here in just a little while. But you want to make sure, first of all, that you are having regular checkups, right? I can't say that enough. I'm actually doing a presentation next week to a group of men, and one of the things that we're going to be talking about, one of the things I'm going to be emphasizing is making sure that we're having regular checkups, because as men, we tend not to do that. As a matter of fact, in general, sometimes we tend not to go to the doctor, but more so in men. So making sure that you're having regular checkups. If there are other things going on, your doctor will go through and they will work with you to check those, okay? But specifically for diabetes, there are several things that we want to look at, and you'll see those coming up on the screen, and we'll kind of go through those in turn. Number one, we want to check a hemoglobin A1C. Why hemoglobin A1C? Because it's a marker of how your diabetes management is going, okay? It tells us whether the plan that you're using is being effective for the management of your diabetes. The hemoglobin A1C is a 90-day average of what your blood sugars are. I won't go through right now how to convert average blood sugar to hemoglobin A1C. We'll come back and we'll do that. And we've done a video on that in the past. You can look at the website, and it will be coming up again for us to take a look at. So hemoglobin A1C, a 90-day average. We want your hemoglobin A1C to be on average about 6.5. Depending on the organization, some people would say less than 7, less than 6.5. I tell my patients 6.5. because it gives us a little leeway in case we drift. And we drift, don't we, everybody? Yeah, you know that. Right, so hemoglobin A1C. The next is a fasting glucose, a fasting blood glucose. This is a surrogate, if you will, and in conjunction with the hemoglobin A1C, it helps us to see what those blood sugars are. Now, here's an interesting thing that can sometimes happen. You can actually have an abnormal hemoglobin A1C and a normal fasting glucose. Some people, their spike in blood sugars only occur after they eat. But they're eating 3 times a day or 4 times or whatever the number is in terms of snacking. And so they have blood sugars that are higher more often than just in the morning. So just because your fasting blood sugar is normal does not mean that you do not have prediabetes or even diabetes. And just because your hemoglobin A1C may be normal doesn't mean that you're not still having fluctuations. Okay? Because remember that hemoglobin A1C, and I guess let me go ahead and talk about it. So if you have a hemoglobin A1C of 6.5 or higher, then you're considered to be diabetic. Right? 6.5 or higher is diabetes. Below that is considered to not be diabetes. And then, of course, there's the range for normal and then pre-diabetes. So here we're talking about diabetes. So 6.5 or higher is a diagnosis of diabetes. So you can have a hemoglobin A1C that is not diabetic range, but your blood sugars are fluctuating. And so that fasting blood sugar in the morning will give us an indication of what else could be going on. The other thing is a lipid profile. This is your cholesterol. So there's total cholesterol, LDL, which is your good cholesterol, HDL, which is your good cholesterol, LDL, which is your bad cholesterol. And there are some nuances for the lipid profile, lipid panel, because we traditionally have always talked about looking at the bad cholesterol or the LDL cholesterol. There are some other surrogates, and people can actually have a bad LDL and still be in a good space, or they can have a good LDL and still be at risk for disease processes. Okay, so just because you're looking at just the regular lipid profile, there may be some other things that your doctor may have to check on. So that's the lipid panel or cholesterol levels. The other thing is to look at your kidney function. Remember, the kidneys are part of that triopathy, right? So nephropathy, neuropathy, and retinopathy. Those are the tissues in the body that are most often involved in the in being damaged from diabetes. So looking at the kidneys, very, very important. And the kidney functions, there are 3 numbers that I usually tell people that we want to look at. We want to look at your creatinine that comes on something called the complete metabolic panel. We want to look at your GFR or glomerular filtration rate, which also comes on the complete metabolic panel. And then we also want to look at your microalbumin, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. So what are we looking at when we're looking at kidney function? Your kidneys are responsible for filtering and detoxifying. And so diabetes can cause damage to the mechanisms that are involved in the kidneys. And if we're not careful, then we have difficulty filtering and detoxifying. And ultimately, if that progresses, right, stage 1, 2, 3, or 4 kidney disease, chronic kidney disease, the ultimate of that is what everybody kind of talks about and fears, that's dialysis. But you don't have to be on dialysis to have difficulties with kidneys. So you want to make sure that you are looking at those numbers. There are specific numbers that we look at depending on age, depending on race, depending on so many different things. Not a conversation for this discussion tonight, but just to know that those are things that you want to be looking at as well. So kidney function. And then the other organ that detoxifies, and that is the liver, right? So we want to look at the liver functions. And specifically here, we're looking at AST and ALT. Those are some of the enzymes. You don't have to know that right now. but these are markers of liver functions. And sometimes we'll see those start to rise as people get into that thing that we've been talking about all the time. So non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So people will have difficulty with their liver, and looking at the liver functions gives us an early indication of what's going on or what can be going on in the liver. Okay, so the kidney function and the liver function and the fasting blood sugar are all on the same panel, and it's called a complete metabolic panel. Complete metabolic panel. A lot of times the doctor will get a basic metabolic panel, and it will give a blood sugar, it will give the kidney function, but it doesn't give liver function and some of the other things that may be required to kind of make sure there aren't other issues that are going on in the body. Remember, the body is this intricate interplay of different organs, organ systems, hormones, right? So, hey, I'm the hormone guy. Enzymes and proteins. And so making sure that you get a complete picture of everything that's going on is where we want to be. And that's what checking these different labs will give us. Okay, so kidney function, liver function, and then microalbumin. This is the one I was talking about. Remember the three? So creatinine, glomerular filtration rate, or EGFR, and then, of course, the microalbumin. So microalbumin, so your body, your kidneys are kind of like a sieve or a strainer, okay? And so things that shouldn't pass through as diabetes affects it, those holes in the strainer, in the sieve, get bigger, and things that should not go through can go through. And so what we begin seeing is this thing called microalbumin that shows up in the urine. So when your doctor says, hey, I want you to go to the lab, and they get a urine specimen, particularly if you're diabetic, what we're looking to see whether you have microalbumin and whether we're starting to see effects on the kidneys from your diabetes and your elevated blood sugar. So that's what the microalbumin is. And this is one of those three numbers that I just gave. And then, of course, thyroid functions. And the thyroid functions fall in play here because people who have one autoimmune disease or one inflammatory process, which we believe is what diabetes is, an autoimmune disease, then they tend to have another disease because they tend to travel in groups. And so checking the thyroid level, very important in terms of making sure that we're not seeing other issues, other disease processes that are going on. Now, for the things that you're seeing, right, the things that we just named, so hemoglobin, your fasting blood sugar, your lipid profile, your liver profile, your kidney, your microalbumin, many of these are screening. What does that mean? That means that we are not expecting to see damage. We're not expecting to see changes. But what we're doing is we're screening to make sure that as soon as, if something shows up, that we can catch it and begin working on it. That makes sense? So it's a screening process. So a lot of people say, well, why do I have to get microalbumin? Why do I have to get this other thing? Because there's nothing wrong with my kidneys. Well, we don't know there's nothing wrong with your kidneys unless we check. And so that's what many of these are. They are screening tools that we use to check to make sure that we're not starting to see damage. Often I'll sit or go into the room and I'll review each of these with the patient and say, okay, your sodium, your potassium, your calcium levels are good. Your kidney functions, your creatinine is good. Your microalbumin, there's no protein there. Your cholesterol level, I'll go through each of the cholesterol numbers, and I'll go through and talk about what the liver numbers are. And we'll see those here in just a minute as we take a look at some of my personal numbers as we review that, okay? All right, so, and then there are some other things that I want to, they may not all be labs. There are a couple of more labs coming up, but there are some other things that we want to make sure that we're looking at as well. And so other things to be checked. So something called a C-peptide and your insulin level. Now, as we talk about adults with type 2 diabetes, and we talk about type 2 diabetes in general, type 2 diabetes is what we call an insulin resistant issue, right? So that's the dogma. There's some changing thoughts that are going on, but right now it's an insulin resistant issue. What does that mean? That means that in the body, insulin for some reason doesn't work as effectively as it should. As you guys know, the pillars that we've been using here, number one is to decrease insulin, number two, suppress the appetite, and number three, get rid of sugar. So that number one, that first pillar that we talk about is the insulin that that is showing up there in that C-peptide and insulin. So when we check a C-peptide and an insulin level, what we're doing is we're trying to figure out how much insulin resistance someone may have, or whether their body is still producing insulin. So as I go through the office, as I talk to patients, clients, I'll say to them, your body is still making insulin, if that's the case. So the question then comes, if my body is still making insulin, why is the insulin I'm making not sufficient to reverse my diabetes? And there are lots of reasons for that as we have been walking through this process of New Year, New You. You've heard me talk about several of the reasons, and the reasons, a big reason, of course, is food, exercise, our stress management, sleep, and all those other things, okay? So looking at the C-peptide gives us a marker or an indication of whether someone is making insulin. Now, what's the difference between actually checking the insulin and looking at the C-peptide? Well, if someone is actually taking insulin medication-wise, then there's no virtue in checking their insulin level, because I don't know when I get that lab, is this because I'm checking the level of the insulin that they got when they took their shot, or is this insulin coming from what their body's making, right? So there's no way to tell. But the C-peptide is a way to look at how the body is making that. For example, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah, let's use this. Oh, here it is. I could use something different. All right, so this, let me come over here. I just came up with it, y'all. Look, listen. All right, so here we go. So right now, so this is a lancet, right? This is the lancet I actually used just now to check my blood sugar, and it is. Let's make sure. Let's pretend that that's insulin, okay? And the lancet actually comes in two parts. There's the part that I use to poke my finger, and there's the cap that goes on top of it. Make sense? Right. So think of this kind of like insulin. Now, I should have, at least I saw it just a minute ago. Okay, here we go. So if I showed up and I saw this on the table, and we're going to pretend that this is another cap. If I showed up and I saw two caps on the table, then I could say that somebody used two different lancing devices. Does that make sense? So if I saw two caps, I could say, hey, somebody used two lancing devices, because I know one cap goes with a lancet. So if I see two caps, there had to have been two lancets around. The same thing for insulin. If I show up and I see two pieces of C-peptide, I know there were two pieces of insulin around. I can't tell whether it's from somebody took it, if I look at the insulin, or the body made it. But if I see the C-peptide, I know the body had to have made it, because C-peptide doesn't come from anywhere else. I know that's as clear as mud. But we're going to come back and we're going to take a look at doing more information and a show on C-peptide and some of those other things, insulin resistance. Okay? All right. So checking the C-peptide gives me a marker, if you will, of what has been going on in my body in terms of its production of insulin. All right, so C-peptide. CBC, or complete blood count. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking to see, is someone anemic? Because having anemia can cause other issues within the body, so I'm checking for anemia. And then these next few things are not labs, but they're things that need to be checked as well. So you want to make sure you're having an eye exam. Remember, retinopathy. So one of the opathies, the triopathy, retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy. So making sure you're having an annual eye exam. Making sure that you're checking your weight. And we have been doing a good job here on the show, in our fasting, in our check-ins, of looking at weight so that we can see what's going on as we're making changes in our metabolic health. And then, of course, checking blood pressure and checking your foot exam. And you need to do the foot exam. We normally send our patients off to see the podiatrist, and they do an exam, they do an initial assessment, and then they schedule you based on what's going on for more appointments. You may be seeing them more frequently, less frequently, but it's based on what's going on in terms of your blood sugar. All right. And so then now let's take a look, and we're going to take a look at some of my numbers, right? If you have questions, make sure you go ahead and put those in the comments about any of the labs, right? So those are the standard labs that you want to make sure are being checked by your doc as we talk about improving our health. Now, once again, several of them are screening labs, and what we're trying to do is catch things before they become an issue, right? Catch things before they become an issue. All right, and so let's hop over and let's take a look at, and I've been saying to you for the last several months that we're going to come and we're going to take a look at my actual numbers as I've moved through prior to New Year process, in the New Year process, and where I am right now. And so this first set of labs that we're going to do is my labs from December of last year. And you'll see the December labs, but you'll also see labs from the month or some time prior to that. Because on the labs, remember, they usually put the current labs, and then right next to it, they'll put what previous labs were. And so let's go ahead and look at these are labs for me from the month of, let me pull this over. Here we go. So these are labs that were collected in December of 2023. And the first set of labs that you see there, of course, is the CBC, the complete blood count, as we just talked about a little while ago. You'll see this in a different order as we look at the others. This one was, I think there was something that they didn't order in this, but we looked at it in another place. So the things I look at, and you'll see there, my pointer is not working for some reason. So about four down, you'll see the hemoglobin and hematocrit. Right, and you'll see that those are in the target range. And usually you'll see if it's out of the target range, you'll either see it say low or high. Okay, so if you don't see something next to it, that means that it's actually in the range that we want it to be. And let me take a look. Okay, so you'll see there the hemoglobin and hematocrit. And so for the CBC, that's the main thing that I will look at when we're talking about checking labs. Right below it is that complete metabolic panel we talked about. And the very first one there you'll see is the glucose, and the glucose of 103. And you'll see next to the glucose, it was a glucose of 193. Now that previous one was done in September of 2022. Right, so this one was December of this year, and the previous one there was September of 2022, and that's because this particular physician that did it, these were his labs that came across in his system. Okay. What else? So that's the glucose. You'll see down there the creatinine is 0.91. And that's a marker of the kidney function. You'll see the GFR is 100. Remember, we talked about creatinine as one of the markers, the GFR as another marker, and we'll look here in a little while. I don't think on this one there was a microalbumin, but we'll take a look at one of my other labs and we'll see that in just a little bit. Okay, so continuing on this, in this lab, you'll see at the top of the screen that my AST and ALT, the last two numbers, those are my liver functions, and those were in the target range, and they were in the target range in September prior. The next section, those are my cholesterol levels, right? So total cholesterol, triglycerides, good cholesterol, and then bad cholesterol. And you'll see on the most recent labs there that my bad cholesterol was actually in the good range. It was 84. But prior to that, it was 105. We like it to be less than 100. And in a lot of cases, there's a lot of theory that it should be actually less than 70. So here mine was 84. Next, you'll see, and we didn't talk about this when I talked about labs that should be drawn. For my men, a lot of times I will check their testosterone levels, right? Because testosterone level, or your low testosterone level, can have a significant impact on health, well-being, life, and so forth. And you'll see there that my total testosterone was normal. Prior to that, it was actually low, 242. And my free testosterone was low on the most recent labs. And we usually treat to the total testosterone. So the total testosterone was normal, so nothing that was done there at that point. Now here's a big one. You'll see my A1C was 7.6, right, on this current lab in December. A little over a year plus maybe 18 months earlier, look at the A1C. It was 11.6, y'all. Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. If you, back in the fall, if you remember, we did a series of shows or shorts where we walked through my journey in diabetes and some of the struggles that I have. And you'll see there that A1C is during that phase of those struggles. So if you've not already done so, go back and watch through some of those shorts, and you'll get a flavor of what was going on, some of the things that were going on at the time. So 18 months prior, and then 7.6. You'll see the TSH 1.3. The C-peptide, and look at this one, y'all. So back in when the A1C was elevated and the blood sugar was elevated, because remember the blood sugar was 193, I think is what it was. Let's back up there for a minute. Blood sugar of 193, A1C of 11.6. C-peptide was low at 0.3. So the body apparently wasn't making a whole lot of insulin. And then as the A1C improved, look at that, the C-peptide improved as well. So we went from looking like there was no insulin being produced to, hey, some insulin is being produced. And that's one of the beauty of the process of reversing diabetes, correcting diabetes, improving metabolic health. Because as you heal the body, the body begins to do what it was designed to do. If you remember, as we've been talking about the fasting, those days, those of you who are out there who've been fasting, those days immediately following fasting, you will find that you're able to eat things that you weren't previously able to eat, and your blood sugars don't spike as much. Why? Because the body is recuperating, the body is recovering, the body is improving and becoming less insulin resistant. That's one of the beauties of the New Year process and reversing diabetes. All right, so that was those were the labs from December, and of course, 18 months prior to that or so. In February, let's take a look at what the blood sugar was. And you'll see there down at the bottom, the glucose was 102. The previous one was 103, you'll remember. Sodium, potassium, calcium, liver functions are all in the target range. Look at the cholesterol levels. Those are in the target range. That's in December, or that's in February. In December, they were in the target range again. And we'll see some changes here in just a little while. Now, here is the microalbumin that we talked about. And that number down at the bottom, the 7, is where we want to see. Normal is between 0 and 29. Some labs you'll see between 0 and 30. And in this case, we're 7. And so we're in that target range. So we're not seeing any microalbuminuria. So we're not seeing any damage to the kidneys in this case. And then if we take a look at the hemoglobin A1C, so we went from a 7, let me back up. So we went from a 7.6 on the previous labs. So 11.6, 7.6, and then on this set of labs, it was 6.6. So 11.6, 7.6, 6.6. And look at the C-peptide. The C-peptide continues to be where we want it to be. And the, let's pop over and let's take a look at what it is in March. So in March, we're going to go and look at the glucose. So now we've been fasting. So December, January, February, March. Look at the glucose. So we've gone from being glucoses above 100 to now glucose was 61 at the time that this was done. Still no kidney issues because look at the creatinine that's right below that and the EGFR. And then let's hop over and let's take a look at the hemoglobin A1C, which should be here somewhere. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, here it is. So we went from a 11.6, 7.6, 6.6, 6.1. That was back in March. And then, what do you think? What do you think the hemoglobin A1C is going to be? I just got this done last week. What do you think it's going to be? If you have a guess, go ahead and drop that in the chat. What do you think the hemoglobin A1C is going to be? Okay. So, yeah, I know I keep you guys in suspense. So right now we need to know what my my ketones are, and of course what the hemoglobin A1C is. So we're gonna hold on to that for a minute, and let me hop over and let's take a look at some of the reports. Right? Let's take a look at the reports, and this is what's been going on over the past 3 or 4 days. And here, I think I will be able to use my mouse so that I can actually point. And you should see it there. So my average blood sugar here is 93. That's for the last 14 days. If I go back 90 days, it's probably going to be like 107 or 110. Okay, 104. Okay, pretty good. And it says that my estimated A1C is going to be 5.8. So remember, that's the glucose management indicator. I'm in target 91% of the time. That target is 70 to 180. And if we actually look at the daily graphs, they'll pull up here in just a minute. And I want to go back to Friday. So we broke our fast out here right around 6, 7 o'clock. If you guys remember, we did that show. Blood sugar was 62, and then it started climbing as I ate. Because what did we use to break the fast? I think I used some cheese. Yep. I used some cheese, smoked Gouda, and salad. That's right. I had to think back. And so into the next morning, blood sugars are climbing into the 140s, and then 100, low 100s, and then right in here is lunchtime, and then we started going down to 130s, and then yesterday stayed in the 115s, 120s, a couple of spikes there as we had some meals. And then, of course, into today, we're into the 120s, 115s, right? And so we're kind of maintaining right there. Now, one thing that I did want to show you, and let me hop back over to my labs. And you guys will recall that I have been eating a lot of cheese as part of the process, right? So I've changed what I've been eating. So I'm not eating a lot of the cashews and the almonds because I was getting those spikes in my blood sugar. I moved away from eating the beans, right? Because once again, I was getting those spikes in my blood sugar. But I want to show you something that happened. So one of the things people ask about is the differences between different diets. What's the difference between a low carb diet, a ketogenic diet, a paleo diet, and so on and so forth? And here is one of the, right? So I want you to look right there. That is, you'll see in the middle of the screen, that's my lipid panel. Those are my cholesterol numbers. And if we go back here, you see cholesterol, total cholesterol 167, good cholesterol 77, bad cholesterol 79. And as I've changed what I'm eating more cheese, you guys saw me eating sausage, and look at the cholesterol, went from 167 up to 200. The bad cholesterol went from 79 up to 100, okay? So as we are adjusting the things we're eating, we can look at the labs and see changes in those values that correspond to the things that we are doing in terms of our diet. Okay? And then let's hop over and let's take a look. I know I'm prolonging this, right? We're going to take a look at what my ketones have been. What do you think my ketones are? All right, so let me pop over. I'm going to need to turn on my Keto Mojo meter and go ahead and get my Keto Mojo app. And that'll start syncing here in just a minute. You'll see that come up. And then we're going to see what my A1C is. All right, so 77 was the blood sugar, and look at the ketones. The ketones are 0.8. So that means that I've been actually doing a pretty good job, even though I was eating, of maintaining some ketosis post-fast. I mean, one of the reasons that we're doing the fast is because we want the body to be able to burn calories from fat, and the calories that we burn from fat will produce ketones, and we get the weight loss as a result of that. We get the improved blood sugar as a result of that. We get the autophagy and all those benefits that come from that. And in this case, I'm still kind of maintaining some ketones as I go through that process. All right? All right. So, yeah, I know you've waited long enough. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at what my A1C is. Let me make sure that I didn't miss someone in the chat. Okay. And drum roll, please. And the A1C, look at that right in the middle of the screen, was 5.8, which is what the keto, not the keto, but what my Dexcom Clarity app actually predicted, right? So it predicted that my, and let's go back to that here really quickly. Let's go back to the overview, and so it said that over the course of the last 3 months, my estimated A1C was going to be a 5.8, And in fact, when we got the numbers, when we got the levels, my A1C um, was 5.8. So that's a pretty good marker, pretty good indication. All right. And so the process of improving, the process of improving our metabolic health, the process of doing all those things that we've described in terms of reversing the diabetes, this is a process that works. This is a process that you can do. This is a process that is important, and a process that we are working on here on the channel as we work to reverse your diabetes. Awesome. I love that, love that, love that. And our triggers for us. The emotions. I've told people so many times that it does not matter the decision that you have made. I'm going to be honest. The decision that you've made, I love it, that you've decided you're not going to eat this thing, or you're going to stay away from that, or you're not going to go down this path. Amazing. I love it. I love the resolve that you have. But when those emotions come, it's like putting yourself at the top of a roller coaster and expecting that the roller coaster is not going to go down. When those emotions show up, you are going to succumb. And so the goal then is not to fight the thing, fight the food. What the goal is for you to be able to deal with the emotions that are driving you in that direction. Right? So we eat because of habits. We eat because of emotions. We eat because of access. There are some things, y'all, that I don't bring in the house anymore. Notice I had to add anymore. Because I know if they're here, I'm going to eat them. Right? One of the things I've got to change now, and you guys saw my labs a little while ago, is the cheese. Right? So I've been eating cheese because I say I'm not eating carbs, so I'm going to switch to something else. Well, yeah, I got to be moderate with that as well, right? Because that's my new thing. That's my new thing. Yes. Right? It is like an addiction. Yeah? And then we eat because of taste. Now, here's the thing that I want people to realize. We're never chasing food. People say, oh, I can't not eat that. Or that's my thing. Or I just love that. You know what you love about it? You love what it does for you, the feeling that you get, the memory that it brings back. It's not the food that we're chasing. We're chasing the thing that the food does for us, or the feeling it brings, or the memory, the place it takes us back to. Oh, I remember when I was growing up, this is what we ate. Or I remember when Mom and I used to get together, this is what she cooked for me. Oh, I remember that time we went to that place, and this is how I felt. So we eat because of habits, emotions, access, and we eat because of taste. And so our call to action is this. Number one, join the challenges. Join the challenges. Every month we have a challenge that we go through. Don't just let this be something that you listen to, that you hear, that goes and sits on the shelf. Right? I want you to join the challenges, become a part of the community. And each month we have a challenge. And so in the month of January, it was to figure out your why. Why do we want to be healthy? Why do we want to improve the A1C? Why do we want to reverse our diabetes? In the month of February, we was to fast a 24-hour period once a week. Some of you have moved beyond 24 hours and now fasting 36 hours. You know, I do a 72-hour fast. The last couple of weeks, I've done a 96+ hour fast. Okay. We're going to see what this one is this week. Right. And then the heat model in March was to figure out which of these things drive you. Is it habit? Is it your emotion? Is it your access to food? Or is it taste? Which one was yours? In April, to create a meal, when we learned a 7-day menu plan, but to create a meal that was special to you, that fit these parameters. Go back to the show and watch it. Okay? Go back to the show and watch it. And in the month of May, sorry, it was to find someone to mentor on the New Year, New You model. That's what we needed you to do. Find someone that you could mentor in the New Year, New You model to begin teaching them, not to just tell them about it and leave them alone and then come back 5 months later, but for you to be able to engage with them, be a accountability partner to come alongside them and shepherd them through this process. And then in this month, right? This month, our challenge for you is for you to make sure you are checking with your physician. And if you've not had them done yet, to go through those labs that we just did and get those labs checked. Whether you're diabetic, right? And that's specifically talking about diabetics. But if you have metabolic syndrome, polycystic ovarian syndrome, you have obesity, you struggle with weight, you have coronary artery disease, make sure that you're looking at getting with your physician and taking a look at those labs. And that's the challenge for this month. All right, we're gonna come back and we're gonna tie this all together as we move through the year. Each month there's a challenge. So call to action, back to our call to action. So that is our call to action. Number 1, join the challenges. Number 2 was, or is, I shouldn't say was, number 2 is to tell your story, share your story. Like right now, we have Chabs77 who's saying, yeah, so I need something sweet. He says taste, right? Taste is his or hers. Chabs, tell me male or female, by the way. Right, so the heat model, right? Which one is yours? And Chabs is saying that, yeah, taste. I'll tell you, Chabs, I love that you said that because mine, I got 3 of them. Mine is emotions, access, and taste. All 3 of them I struggle with. Okay? So tell your story. When you tell your story, people know that they can succeed. When people come to the office, they're talking about their stories, and we're going to be capturing some of those and sharing them on our platforms so that people can see that this is something that's happening. It is a real life thing that's going on. Even in our community here online, you've heard people come on and say, hey, I'm off of medication. My weight is the lowest it's been in months or years. And then invite a friend. Invite someone to the show. Invite them to let them know what's going on. Don't just keep this to yourself. Say to them, hey, let's go watch this show. Hey, let's go work on these challenges. Hey, let's go participate in this group. There are over 1 billion people on the planet with diabetes or pre-diabetes right now at this very moment. You can be the voice of change. You can be the voice to improve your circle, your job, your friend group, your community. You can change the medical, the physical parameters of your family. Be the voice for change. Okay? And another plug for unlimited. Remember, you have unlimited potential, unlimited ability, unlimited benefit. You can go beyond where you thought you could be and beyond where you thought things can happen. And then, of course, our challenge for this month is to make sure that you are checking with your healthcare provider and that you are moving through and doing the things you need to do in terms of getting your labs checked. Okay? Awesome. Well, y'all, as always, I'm excited when I get to hang out with you, excited to see you out there, excited to be a part of this community, excited to have you as part of this community as well. As I always say, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you later this week in our check-ins and on Monday, next Monday at 7 p.m. Central at our show. Good night, everybody. Can fasting help reverse diabetes? Can fasting help with blood pressure, high cholesterol, obesity, polycystic ovarian syndrome? Yes, it can. And we're going to be spending some time going through fasting, all about fasting. We're going to spend some time talking about preparing for fast, going through a fast, how do you break a fast, and some of the things you need to do to make sure that you are successful in the fasting process. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. In this year, new you. We are talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to reverse their diabetes. That's right, get off of those medications, improve their metabolic health, and deal with a lot of those other things that may come. If you do a check-in, talking about, and I usually talk about how I'm doing physically, mentally, and emotionally. Physically, mentally, and emotionally. And physically, I am right now feeling a little tired. That's because I've been up. I had some things that I had to get ready for this morning. I had a client that I talked to this morning. I had some other things I had to do for my business, and so I've been kind of running. And the last couple of nights, I've actually been up later than I intended. If you remember, a couple of nights ago, I actually did a check-in around 1 o'clock in the morning. Last night, I did a late check-in, and so I'm feeling a little tired in general. Okay, as I started out the week doing well, started the fast on Monday morning about 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, what was I doing up at that time? I don't know. But started the fast then, and so I've been kind of going through. Not feeling lightheaded, not feeling dizzy, not feeling weak, right? Like I said, I'm feeling tired, but not feeling weak. And so that's how I'm feeling physically. Mentally, I'm feeling clear. I'm not cloudy. Often, if I don't do a good job of hydration, don't do a good job of resting, sometimes I will have some cloudy thinking, but right now feeling pretty clear in my thought process. And then emotionally, just so happy to be at the end of the week. We had a good week. We were off on Monday, if you remember. And then on Tuesday, if you've been following us on social media, you saw that I was down at Auburn. We had an award that was given down there. So I got to hang out with some medical students and the faculty there, got some good information, came back up, saw patients yesterday or 2 days ago, Wednesday and yesterday, and then today had a great time. So emotionally, actually, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited about a video that I recorded that I'm putting together to air when we at some point coming up. We'll talk about when that's going to come, but that was an exciting video to do, and so you'll hear more about that. So emotionally, I'm actually feeling pretty good. So let's hop over and let's take a look at some blood sugars. So this is my Libre that you see on the screen. So my Libre right now says that my blood sugar is 54. All right. If I look over at my Dexcom, you'll see that it says 61. So 54 for the Libre, 61 for the Dexcom. And let's go ahead and take a look at what my finger sticks are showing. So here's my contour meter, and this one right here is my Keto Mojo. So let's go ahead and get a strip for the contour. Get that in. And then I'm going to move this ketone strip out of the way. Get the strip in for the Keto Mojo for the glucose. And then, of course, we've got to get a finger stick, right? So we've got to get some blood. All right, that's hurt a little bit more than I anticipated. I think I went the wrong spot, but that's okay. All right, so we got a drop of blood there. Got one here, and while that's running, we're going to actually need to get another drop because we'll need another one for the Keto Mojo for the ketones. And so right now, Keto Mojo says blood sugar is 47, 54 for the contour, and then of course, as you see there, my Dexcom is saying 61. So I'm going to go ahead and take the strip out of the Keto Mojo, and so we can get the strip in for the ketone. And we're going to go ahead and get that started. And like I do, I'm going to go ahead and tease you guys again because I'm not going to show you what that is. We'll come back. But if you think you know what my ketones are going to be, go ahead and drop those in, right? So right now, let's see. So 96. And then, so we're about 103 hours at this point in terms of our fasting. So let me know what you think the ketones are going to be. All right. So as we talk about that, we'll come back and we'll deal with that here in a little bit. But all about fasting. So Friday review. So Fridays, we kind of go through the fasting process, do a bit of review to talk about what fasting is and how we can use fasting, and what are some of the components of fasting, right? And as you know, fasting comes in lots of different phases. There are 3 big phases that I talk about when I talk about fasting. That's the preparing for the fast, and then breaking the fast. Also, let me just mention that I've got some food over here that we're going to take a look at that I'm going to use to break my fast here in a little while, right? So we prepare for the fast. We go through the fast, and during the fast, I usually break it up into 3 different categories. If I'm doing a 72-hour fast, that's the first 24 hours, then 48 hours, and then 72 hours. If you're doing longer fast, then of course, here we are. But those are the general ideas or general phases. And then of course, breaking the fast at the end. And so preparing for the fast is very, very important. As I mentioned during my check-in, this week I was tired because I had a lot of things going on. I was clear mentally, emotionally, I was doing well. But if you don't prepare for the fast well, you can have difficulty during the fast itself, right? Because the fast takes a lot of energy. And once they take a lot of energy, the fast, if we're not careful, we can have things that are going on in our world, in our environment, that pushes us off of the fast. I guess let me say it that way. So preparing for the fast means that you are eating a healthy meal or eating healthy meals leading up to the fast. That you're doing meals that are well balanced, that have a lot of nutrients, that have a lot of vitamins and minerals and fiber and all of those good things. So we can't be deficient in our eating and go into a fast and expect to be successful. So you want to make sure that you're having balanced meals as you are leading up to the fast. Okay? You want to make sure that you're well rested. So you should not be staying up all night, 3-4 days before a fast and then go into a fast. Because even though you may be able to make it through the fast, you're going to be so tired, so fatigued that you may have difficulty during the fast, feeling lightheaded, dizzy, and all those things. And when you get ready to do a fast the next time, your brain's going to say, no. We didn't like how that felt the last time, okay? So you want to make sure that you are well rested. You want to make sure that you're not having a lot of things that are high in terms of stress go on as you are moving into the fast, right? Because remember, stress, those cortisol levels will cause lots of different hormonal changes in our body, and getting into a fast with all those changes going on may make it difficult to be successful during the fast. You also want to make sure that you are hydrated. You do not want to come into a fast dehydrated, because that also causes some other issues in terms of lightheadedness, dizziness, cloudy thinking, fatigue, and all of those things that we just talked about. So that's the preparing for the fast. You want to make sure that you are doing a good job of preparing for the fast so that you can get into the fast and be successful. Now, as we get into the fast, there are lots of things that go on in the body. The first thing that we notice is during the fast, or those first hours prior to actually initiating the fast, we're coming off of eating, right? So you've just eaten a meal, whenever that was, the last meal, and for the first 6 hours or so, your body is still processing that food, is digesting it, is getting all of those nutrients that are coming out of the food and moving through your GI tract. So those are the first several hours. So a lot of times people will say, "Oh, I've been fasting," and I say, "Well, how long have you been fasting?" They say, "Oh, I've been fasting for 3 hours." Well, no, you're not fasting, right? Because your body is still processing the food that you just eat. So physically, the body is getting those things, is breaking them down. Insulin levels are high, glucose levels are high. The body is uptaking the sugar, right, that's coming out of the carbohydrates that's coming out of the food that you just ate. The process, this is the digestive process. This is the absorption process. And those nutrients are now being broken down and being brought into the body. The nutrients, the glucose levels and the nutrients are at their peak because you've just eaten, the body's just broken it down and is just absorbing it. Energy levels are high because you just ate, okay? Of course, depending on what you ate, sometimes people will say, I feel sleepy. And you feel sleepy because the body's diverting some of the sugar or some of the blood from processing other areas, brain, for example, and it's shunting it to the GI tract so that you can absorb. Right? And then the early fasting stage, those are those first 6 to 12 hours. Physically, the insulin levels are high, begin decreasing, and glucagon levels are starting to increase. So remember, that's the signal, right? When insulin goes down, glucagon comes out because insulin is saying, "Hey, there's not a lot of energy that's coming in," and glucagon says, "Hey, I've got to go to the liver to break down glycogen so that I can boost those levels of glucose." And that's the process that happens as we are starting to begin moving into the ketosis process, because now we're burning up the glycogen that's in the liver, right? So the process is going, so gluconeogenesis, that's the breaking down of glycogen into glucose, right? This is an active process to maintain blood sugar levels. And as the body's doing that, it's then burning up or using up the glycogen, which is what we want. Energy levels begin to fluctuate during this process, right? This is the first 12 hours, because the body is now using up what's readily available in the blood. It's having to go to the liver to begin breaking down the glycogen that's there. And so you may feel some transitioning going on. And people feel that sometimes as that weakness, that lightheadedness that we talked about. In the next phase, right, that 12 to 18 hours, we're transitioning now to using fat. Right? So the body is saying, "Hey, I'm using up the sugar that's there. I'm using up the glycogen. I've got to now go and find some alternate source for energy." And it's now starting to say, "Hey, my blood sugar levels are dropping. Insulin is going down, and I'm having to go now and break down fat, turning that into free fatty acids and into glycerol to use." And so we begin seeing ketones coming out now. So the liver starts gluconeogenesis. That's creating glucose from non-carb sources, right? So ketones are low at this point as the body is now beginning to switch over to burning fat. Energy levels may feel like they're dipping, right? Because remember, there's that transition between burning sugar and burning ketones. And if you're doing this for the first time, you're going to actually feel this. But if you've been doing it for a while, then your body becomes keto adapted. So it can jump over from using carbohydrates to using sugar very, very rapidly in the process. And then, y'all, ketosis begins, right? Ketosis begins at this point. And here we begin to see that the glycogen stores are nearing depletion. Right? This leads to increased ketones as the body now is burning, converting fat into ketones. And this adaptation starts to ramp up, and it's clearing damaged cells. So autophagy now is starting to happen. Remember, autophagy is that process of the body going and finding broken, dead, unused cells and recycling those and using them for energy and for rebuilding. And this is the process where we have all of those benefits in terms of repairing cells, pushing back neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and some of those cognitive difficulties that people will have. Repairing of nerves, so we get improvement in our neuropathy. Some cancers will respond during this phase, right? So that's autophagy, an amazing process that we can stimulate and that we can use to begin using and begin burning carbohydrates, recycling the body, right? Using those dead tissues to be able to build some of the things that we need. And this also, and we'll talk about a little bit more about it in a minute, we begin to see the immune system begin to ramp up. The brain and muscles use ketones very effectively. So a lot of times people will say during this process, they feel a lot of mental clarity, right? Mental clarity that comes out as the body is going through the autophagy process. And initial stages of mental clarity, there it is, begins as the brain starts to use those ketones. That's an amazing, amazing process. Right. So as we move and now, so we go from the ketosis phase, and we're moving now into the fat absorption. This is 24 to 48 hours, or 28 to 30 hours actually. So glycogen stores are nearing depletion, and the increased ketones are coming out because the body now is switching over, right? So fat absorption, so significant increase in ketones because now we are almost all done with carbohydrates. Glycogen is gone and the body is now in full force looking at those fat cells and saying, come on, I need energy. And where does it get energy from? Those fat cells. Here we begin to see significant weight loss, right? Because everything now is coming from fat, pretty much everything. There are still a few places where you get some sugar because the body breaks fat down into glycerol and free fatty acids. The free fatty acids give us the ketones, and the glycerol gets converted into glucose, right? Glycerol, glycogen, glucose, all those words similar to each other. So there's still some places where we get sugar from in the body, but for the most part, we're using ketones. The whole process of going from carbohydrates to ketones, I liken that to a hybrid car. In a hybrid car, you're burning gas and you also have the battery. When the gas is done, we don't panic, right? If the battery is working. And it's the same thing here in the body. When the glucose and the glycogen stores go down, we don't panic, we don't worry because we have ketones. And most people, if we listen to the studies, most people within their body have upwards of almost 100,000 excess calories. That's right, you heard me right. 100,000 in excess calories. Particularly as we talk about people who have metabolic disease, polycystic ovarian syndrome, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and so on and so on and so forth. Okay, so fat absorption. So energy levels stabilize now as the body becomes more efficient at using ketones. Right, that's the fat adaptation. The next phase, y'all, and so we're going to run through, and I want to talk a little bit about the mental component that goes along with the physical. So at 24 hours, right? So 24 hours, we're transitioning to fat metabolism, as we just said. And so a physical state, the liver glycogen stores are gone. The body increases lipolysis, that's the breaking down of fat. And the breakdown of fat stores, and this is being converted into free fatty acids, and that's being converted to ketones, and that's the energy. So some people may begin to feel mental clarity, as we said before, as the brain now is beginning to utilize all those ketones through the breakdown and the conversion of fat. So that's 24 hours. When we look at 25th hour, and we're not going to go through each of these by one, just wanted to kind of give you a sense of what's happening. So mild ketosis is at 24 hours. So the body is used up a lot of the glycogen and it's switched over to burning fat, and ketones are coming up and they're beginning to kind of ramp up. As we get later on, we'll see ketones that are much higher. Okay? All right. So that's the first 24, 25 hours of the process of fasting. And the reason I'm pausing here at 24, 25 hours is I've been challenging you to fast at least once a week, at least once a week for 24 hours. And so for 24 hours, that's what's been going on. What is the benefit of fasting? The benefit of fasting is that fasting allows us to do several things. Remember our pillars here on the show in terms of reversing diabetes. Number one, decrease insulin. That's right. That's number one, decrease insulin. Number two is to suppress the appetite. Decrease insulin, suppress the appetite, and then finally decrease glucose. So if you can do that, then diabetes is in the process of getting reversed. Decrease insulin, decrease our appetite, and decrease sugar. Those are the premise. That's the pillar. And during the process of fasting, if you are not eating, if you're not putting anything in that has carbs, as a matter of fact, we're not putting anything in that has any calories, right? If you're not putting anything in, then by virtue of that, your insulin level has to go down because it doesn't have anything to work on. So insulin levels have to go down. And if insulin levels go down, that's the first pillar. Insulin levels are going down because sugar has gone down. Because now we're getting rid of the glycogen that's in the liver. That's the second pillar. When insulin goes down, remember insulin is an appetite stimulant. Yes, it is. And if insulin goes down, then the appetite now is not stimulated. And so that's the third pillar of what we're doing. Okay? So decrease insulin, decrease the appetite or suppress the appetite, and then decrease our sugar. That's how we roll, y'all, here on the show. All right. So let's see. So I do see some folks that have popped in. So let me go ahead and say hello. All right, here we go. So Jennifer, we said hi. So Jennifer is asking, what type of numbers should I see on my CGM during these stages for best results? Jennifer, I'm going to hold on to that question. I'm going to come back to it here in just a little while. Teresa says, hello, Dr. Woode, Jennifer, and everyone. Hey, glad that you are here, Teresa. Oh, she says, hey, you're answering this. All right, yeah, I'll come back. I'll do a little bit more specific answer to your question there, Jennifer. And then Jennifer, of course, saying, hey, Teresa. I do see some folks over on Instagram. See Jennifer is over there as well. I see Denise. I see Alvarez. Hey. Alvarez says, hey, good day. How are you doing? And then I do see Paul over there as well. So thank you guys for coming through. All right. So that's the process of fasting. That's the process of fasting. And then remember 3 phrases: start the fast, preparing for it, get through the fast, however that is. During the fast, the same things that we were doing for preparing. We want to make sure that we're hydrated. Last night, if you were on, we did a show about hydration. Well, we didn't do a show on hydration. We did a show that talked about some of the things I was using for hydration. And you'll recall that I was using 2 products, and one of them, it was a product with electrolytes. One of them, as I was reading through the process, I was using my Yuka app, noticed that it had some calories in it. It says zero carbs or 0 sugar, but it had calories. And so that one I can no longer use during my fast. So go back and watch that show from last night. Okay. So my point in that show actually last night was to say, hey, even as you're looking at things that sound like they're healthy, you also have to be careful with them as well. Okay. All right. And then, so preparing for the fast, getting through the fast. So make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're getting good rest. Make sure that during the fast, you're not doing a lot of things that are stressful. And then, right, the final phase of that is, of course, we've got to break the fast. And so let me do something here really quickly. All right, so we got to break the fast. And you see me kind of scrolling through because I want to get to, we're going to skip all of this stuff. We'll come back. We'll do that at another time. Here we go. I'm going to get to breaking the fast. Oh, I think I went a little too far. No, no, come back. All right. So breaking the fast. So right over here, and I'm going to pull it over so that you can actually see. All right, so I've got a salad that I created, I made, that was it, yesterday at work. And then I've got some cheese, some different types of cheese. This is some Gouda, right? Smoked Gouda cheese. And I like cheese, so there it is. So I've got some Gouda, so that's what I'm using today to break my fast. So you guys will get to see me eat that here in just a little while. Breaking the fast is just as important as how we prepare for the fast and how we go through the fast. So breaking the fast, how do we break the fast? Well, some things you want to make sure you're monitoring blood sugars. Now, I am proposing and I am recommending for all of my clients, all my patients who are in this process, that they use a continuous glucose monitor. Now, for a lot of people, if you're not diabetic, then glucose monitors currently, well, you have to have a prescription, right, currently. And some insurance companies don't cover it if you're not diabetic. This summer, they're coming out with a over-the-counter version of one of the glucose monitors so that you can get it without having a prescription. You basically pay out of pocket like you would do if you just went to the grocery store and got a glucose meter, okay? So it's important. Why is that important to monitor? It's important, particularly if you're diabetic, it's important, one. Number two, if you're not diabetic, we want to know how foods are affecting your body, how foods are affecting your blood sugar, how foods or lack of eating, right, abstaining, the fasting process, how is that changing my metabolic disease? How is it changing my body? And one of the best ways of knowing that is to look at blood sugars, because you begin to see those blood sugars go down. I'm also suggesting that if you are interested in seeing what ketones are doing, where the ketones are, particularly if you're doing shorter fast. Now, if you're doing an extended fast, I mean, once you get to that 24-hour and you get beyond that, you're going to be in ketosis. Okay? But if you want to maintain ketosis, if you're interested in then transitioning into a ketogenic diet, get a monitor that will also tell you about ketones. Okay? So that's kind of a general thought, and I thought this would be a good place to do that. You want to make sure that you are having good portion control. We're talking about breaking the fast, right? So make sure you're monitoring and make sure you're having good portion control, because often we get so in our head about the things that we have not eaten. I'll tell you, I do this, right? Let me come back over here so we can talk. So if I'm not careful, I begin anticipating the things that I didn't eat. One of the things I used to do when I first started fasting, as we went through the week, sometimes we'll have lunch at the office, a pharmaceutical rep will bring lunch. We'll have a meeting where we'll have lunch. I'll go down to the cafeteria. And when I first started fasting, what I was doing is all the lunches, all the things that they brought in, I would save them up and put them in the refrigerator. Right? So Monday's lunch would be in there. Tuesday's lunch will be in there. Wednesday's lunch will be in there. And so I brought all that stuff home and put it in the refrigerator. And right, the idea, and I said to myself, hey, I'm not going to eat all of that. Well, if I'm not going to eat all of it, why am I bringing it? Right? Because remember, access, habits, emotions, access, taste. So access is one of my triggers, right? So if it's there, guess what? The likelihood is I'm going to go try to eat a lot of it. So portion control. So don't anticipate the meal, y'all. Plan for it, plan for breaking the meal, but don't say, okay, man, when I start eating, I'm going to have all this stuff, because that sets you up for a lot of badness, right? So portion sizes, portion control, and I see. Let me come back here because I see some stuff coming through. That was the first one. Portion control. Eat slowly. That goes back to portion control as well. Because a lot of times we're like, oh, let me gotta put all this stuff down, and I'm gonna try to eat slowly when I start eating here in just a minute. So you guys are gonna have to help me pace myself, because once I get that first bite, yeah, it's coming in, right? And then avoid sugary processed foods. Once your blood sugars spike, insulin has to come out. When insulin comes out, appetite gets stimulated, right? So avoid all those sugary, highly processed foods. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's kind of tips. Hydration. Make sure you're hydrated. All right. And here you'll see some things like coconut water. Make sure it's unsweetened. Herbal tea, and water. Those are things you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And you may even at that time have to use some electrolyte supplements. Right. So hydration, very important. Protein. Protein is our friend. Protein is our friend. As we are moving into the post-fasting phase, if we're eating proteins will help us stay full, and proteins won't spike our blood sugars like those processed foods will. Okay. Healthy fats. You want to make sure you're having some healthy fats. Avocados, nuts. For me, I can't do it. I've tried, but they stimulate my appetite, and once I have that first one, it's all downhill from there. Broths are good. I have not done broths over the last couple of weeks because I've been doing some different things, and for different reasons. Not that the broth is not good, but I love broth. I was using it for a while. The one that I have actually has some carbs in it because it's the broth mix. And so I haven't gone back to the grocery store yet to get new ones. So that's really the reason that I've not used broth. And I've been using these other things, salads and so forth. If you are vegetarian, if you're vegan, you don't have to use bone broth. You can use vegetable broth. Okay? And then some consideration. When breaking a fast, choose foods that help maintain stable blood glucose levels while offering nutritional value and are gentle on the digestive system, right? And so, yeah, low glycemic index, foods, lean protein, healthy fats, and then, of course, make sure that you are remaining hydrated. All right, so first, let's go ahead and let's see what my ketones are. Let's move the food out of the way. Get my meter back, and then let's go ahead and let's pull up my Keto Mojo, and we'll see what that pulls up right there in just a minute. You'll see it syncing in just a while. So my ketones last night, as you see there at the bottom, they were 3.7. Oh, or was that today? Did it sync already? Okay, let me resync it to make sure we have the right number, but I think that may have been correct. Oh, okay, yeah, 47. And look at that, Teresa, 4.2. 4.2 is what my ketones are. Remember, when we talk about ketones that are less than 0.5 are considered normal. 0.5 to 1.5 considered nutritional ketosis, and then above 1.5 is considered therapeutic ketosis. If we look at my graph, you see as my blood sugars have gone down, then, which is the tan line, my ketones have gone up, which is the turquoise line. And remember, insulin and ketones can't exist together. Insulin and ketones can't exist together. So when insulin goes down, ketones go up. And as insulin comes up, when we're eating, because carbohydrates are there, then that's the signal that ketones have to go away. Okay? All right, so that's that. And so let me do this, y'all. I'm going to, let's see, let's grab this one. So I'm going to start by having a piece of this Gouda. I know I got a paper plate, but that's okay. So look at that. Yep. That is so good. So you're seeing here for the first time in Somebody calculate that for me. So 96 plus 12 is 108 plus 3. So 116 hours. First bite. Oh, one of the things that I didn't do is we didn't take a look at my weight. Let's see, where is that? So I have not been 170 any pounds in 20, 25 years maybe, or more. Oh, this is so good. Delicious. Remember what I said before, or as I've said before, when we're talking about New Year, New You model, it improves diabetes. It reverses diabetes, but it helps so many more things. Just because you're not diabetic doesn't mean that this doesn't work. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, metabolic syndrome, obesity, all of those get improved. New Year, New You. I know I'm talking to you, but I'm thinking about this cheese, y'all. Oh yeah, this is So all those metabolic diseases, they respond just like diabetes. So decreasing insulin in your body. So when I say decreasing insulin, often people think I'm talking about taking insulin from the outside. Your body produces insulin, and it produces insulin in response to spikes in blood sugar. So if you're spiking the blood sugar and your body has to produce more and more and more insulin, that's where the whole idea of insulin resistance comes from. And the higher the insulin goes, the more your appetite is stimulated, the more weight you put on, the more insulin resistant you become. And remember, insulin, well, let me give you an example of things that happen with insulin. So when I was a kid, I hope my mom's not watching. There's 6 of us. Kids. We used to live in an apartment. There were 4 of us at the time. And my mom would go to work and she said, clean up the house. And we would be in the house, we watch TV, we're playing, we're not cleaning, right? And we lived on the 3rd floor. So my mom would come, and for some reason, she didn't take a key. She'd ring the bell, and one of us would look out and see her down with the bell. We're like, we're coming! And while one person went downstairs, the rest of us would be running around cleaning up the house. And when my mom showed up, the house was spotless. You could eat off the floor. But if she opened up the closet or looked under the bed, that's where all the stuff was, right? So we cleaned the outside, but all the stuff was hidden away other places. That's what insulin does. Insulin cleans the blood from the sugar. So the blood sugars go down, but the sugar has to go somewhere. And where does it go? Well, the body stuffs it into the fat cells, stuffs it into the liver, stuffs it into the arteries, stuffs it into the muscles. So even though the blood sugar itself is good, it's going somewhere. So decreasing insulin, pillar number 1. Decreasing sugar, pillar number 2. Because when you eat things that are high carb, y'all, when you eat those, the insulin has to spike. The high carbs, high refined food cause inflammation. And inflammation causes high blood sugar, or causes malfunctions in blood sugar. So number 2, suppress sugar. And then number 3, once we've cut back on the insulin, once we have dealt with the sugar, once we have learned what our triggers are in terms of the heat model, then our appetite is suppressed. And we now have control over a lot of the things that we eat. I was talking to somebody just this morning and was saying that it's not a food problem. It's not a food problem. It's an emotional problem. It's a scheduling problem. It's a memory problem. So dealing with those other issues also fixes blood sugars and also fixes our disease. Okay? All right. Still eating. All right. So let's see. Teresa says, she says I can't guess right. I think that was for the ketones. And then Teresa says, claps. Oh, thank you, Teresa, on the weight. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then she says, when I changed blood sugar meds from glipizide to Jardiance, I also kept me on glipizide, but at a lower dose. Is that right? Okay, so good question. So what she's saying is she was on glipizide, but they added Jardiance to her regimen, and they decreased the glipizide. So if you remember, when we started the year, I did 2 shows. One show was on medications we should get off of, and then the other show was medications we should think about getting on. Now let's go through the pillars. Decreasing insulin. Any medication that stimulates insulin is a medication we want to get off of. So whether we're taking insulin or whether the medication itself is producing the insulin. Glipizide is one of those. So in order of medications that I take patients off, insulin is number 1. The sulfonylureas like glipizide, glyburide, glimepiride, those are number 2 in the list. Now, as we are going through the process of transitioning from medication, one of the medications I recommend that people get on, right, as a transition is Jardiance, because all Jardiance does is it gets rid of sugar. That's the second pillar, right? Get rid of the glipizide, pillar number 1, get on Jardiance, pillar number 2, right? So those are the 2 things. So as you're transitioning though, you may find yourself on glipizide, for example, Teresa, at a lower dose. Once the blood sugars are better, then we can get rid of the glipizide, and now we're just on the Jardiance. And then the question then is, how do we transition off of the Jardiance? And that's usually the process that I go through. Now, some people, and then you can do lots of different ways. Some doctors will just actually stop the glipizide. Depends on how people's blood sugars are and how, how things are looking. That's why it's so important to have the monitor. Okay. Awesome. All right. So that's the Gouda cheese. All the Gouda cheese is now gone. And now let's take a look at this salad. Look at that. And on the salad, I have, typical salad, like a kind of a garden salad. But I also have cheese on there. I've got some Parmesan cheese on there. There's some chicken. So I have turkey, actually. So I have some smoked turkey in the refrigerator. So I just chopped it up and put it on top. And some onions, some red onions. And let's see what that tastes like. I bet you it's going to taste so good. Should I eat it or should I go get some more Gouda? Y'all. This is good. And we'll see what the blood sugars are. Actually, let me see if there was any change from when I ate the Gouda. It was 54 before, it's now 56. But remember, cheese also has some carbs in it, right? Don't forget that. I think I'm not going to eat the tomatoes that are in here So I'm going to avoid the tomatoes because I'm sure those are going to spike my blood sugars more than the rest of the stuff that's in there. All right. But that tastes good. All right. So let's talk about a platform. First, unlimited. You have unlimited potential. You have unlimited ability to improve your health. You have unlimited ability to be successful right at your fingertips. Education, empowerment, and encouragement. Unlimited. It doesn't matter what's happened in the past. It doesn't matter what you've tried in the past. It doesn't matter what people have told you in the past. I want you to know that within your grasp is the ability to reverse your diabetes, to improve your metabolic health in all aspects. Even if you've had some significant complications in your disease process, in your health, you can still improve. It is never too late to prevent damage and to halt damage. Unlimited ability. And that's our new thrust, right? New year, new you. We're converting, we're creating a new us. And as part of that, we have to switch, we have to change our thinking. And I want you to begin thinking unlimited. Because you have the ability, you have the power. Here on the channel, we educate, we empower, and we encourage people, you, to take charge of your health in your life, right? We educate with the shows, the podcasts, the blogs that we do. We empower with the tools that we learn: fasting, the HEAT model, emotional intelligence, how to create a 7-day menu, how to think about medication. What medication should I be on? What medication should I be off? Figuring out my why. All those are tools that we're using in the process of reversing our diabetes. And then encouragement. Encouragement comes from the community that you are part of. The community is good. The community is strong as you come and you participate in the community. That's why I love the folks that are in our community, because you help to support it, you help to support me, and you bring strength and you bring encouragement to the group. So we educate, we empower, and we encourage. The things that can derail us are things that are in the HEAT model. The HEAT model says that we eat because of habits, emotions, access, and taste. We have habits, things that we've created. We do things we eat at certain times, not because we're hungry, but because it's that time. Oh, we normally eat at this time. Oh, we sit down to watch a movie, so we're gonna have some popcorn. Oh, friend comes over, so we're gonna sit and we're gonna eat. Oh, let's go hang out. We're gonna go to Panera. We're gonna go to one of these other places and we're gonna eat. Not because we're hungry, but just because of the habit that we formed. We eat because of emotions. Happy, sad, frustrated, angry, lonely, tired, all of those things, bored. Emotions will push through your decision. Emotions will push through medication. I don't know how many people that I have that are on Mounjaro or Ozempic or some other medication that's supposed to suppress the appetite. And they say it's not suppressing the appetite. And I say it's not a medication problem. It's an emotion problem. It's a habit problem. So emotions will push through that. And then we eat because of access, right? I don't have any cashews. I don't have any almonds in the house. Peanuts, and I had them, and I had to give them to my wife. She hid them somewhere. Eat because of access. And then we eat because of taste. We're never chasing food. We're always chasing what the food does for us. It calms us. It helps us with the stress. It helps us with the fatigue. It brings us back to a place that we remember where it was good. We had a good feeling. That's what food does. We eat because of taste. So the HEAT model says we eat because of habits, emotions, access, and taste. And then our call to action is this. 1, join the challenges. Don't just let the challenges be things that you hear about, that you see, that you listen to, but you want to make sure that the challenges are things that you are doing on a regular basis. Okay? Things that you're doing on a regular basis, that you are not just letting this stuff stay on the shelf. So join us in the challenges. When you come here, tell your story, share your story. Because when we hear your successes, we know that it is possible. When we hear your struggles and places you're having challenges, we know that we're not alone. And then share this with someone else. Invite them. Invite someone to the show. Send them a link. Let them know what's going on. There are right now over 1 billion, that's billion with a B, people on the planet that have diabetes or pre-diabetes. Not to mention the ones that have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, they've had a stroke, they've had a heart attack, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and obesity, and who are struggling with weight. You can be the voice for change in your community, in your environment, in your home, on your job. So invite someone to the show. All right. And let's see. Teresa says, why not the tomatoes? Can you explain? Oh, okay. Why not the tomatoes? So tomatoes, even though they're healthy, so healthy does not mean good for blood sugar. So if I'm trying to maintain as much ketosis as possible, then I want to eat things that are not going to cause my blood sugars to spike. Now, this is actually a great question, Teresa, and great place to explain something. So I want you to take a look at this salad. Okay? And let's take the dressing off of this, because that's ranch dressing. Let's say we didn't have any ranch dressing on there. Everything in that salad will cause my blood sugar to go up just a little bit. The lettuce, the tomatoes, the cucumbers, the cheese. Well, aside from the turkey, right? The cheese, what else is in there? The onions. So all of that will cause my blood sugar to go up just a little bit. All by themselves, not a big issue. But look at the salad, right? So if I get maybe a spike of 2 in my blood sugar because of the cheese, I get a spike of 3 or 4 because of the lettuce, a spike of 3 or 4 because of the tomatoes, spike of 3 or 4 because of the onions. Notice what's happening, right? Before long, right? My blood sugar has spiked up 20, 30 points by eating the salad. So even though there's nothing wrong with the tomatoes, if I'm going to eat this salad, as I was eating, I was like, I'm going to get ready to eat all of this. I decided, hey, you know what? I have enough in the salad right now to be full without eating the tomatoes, and I'm not going to miss them. So that's the reason. Not that there's anything wrong with tomatoes, and that's just my meter telling me that my blood sugar is low. So there's nothing wrong with tomatoes, but that's one of the reasons that I do that. Teresa said, I have over 50 tomato plants in my garden. Yeah, tomatoes are good. So it's not uncommon when we had tomatoes, and I didn't plant any this year, for me to go out there and grab a couple of tomatoes and slice them, put some salt and pepper on it and a little bit of lemon juice, and just eat them just like that. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with tomatoes. I just, at this moment, as I'm eating this salad, which is a huge salad, by the way, decided that I was going to not have them right now. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to have them later. All right. All right. So that's it, y'all. Always very happy to be here with you. Happy to hang out. As I always say, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. And here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new you. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on the show 7 p.m. Central on Monday. Bye-bye, everybody. I can't tell you how excited I was when I was growing up because my dad always got me Chinese food, pizza, and hot dog. I grew up in Brooklyn. Yeah, yeah, that's where it was. And some of the best times that I have that I remember revolve around those three things: hot dogs, pizza, and Chinese food. And for the life of me, no matter how I try, those are still some of my favorite foods. I guess I don't try that hard. But one of the challenges that we have that we're going to be talking about tonight is how do you take something that you like, something that you grew up with, or something that really is one of your favorite foods, and how do you how do you create a healthy version of that? I've had that question so many times. And so tonight, what I want to do is I want to spend some time talking about how to make one of the things I love, make it healthy, particularly talking about pizza. And tonight we're going to talk about creating a sausage cauliflower pizza. That's right. And it was delicious, y'all. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes, people who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to get off of diabetes medications, who want to improve their metabolic health, who want to reverse their diabetes. Hey, if you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And let you know that we are glad to have you in the community. Also, if you are new, go ahead and put a Q if you have a question into the comments so that we know that that is a question that we need to get to as we get throughout the evening tonight. And as you know, we do how we do. We're going to take a look at some other things. Right now, I have my monitors that are sitting off to the side. We're going to take a look at what my blood sugars are. And I've got my report from my Dexcom Clarity app that we're going to take a look at here in just a little while to see what's been happening as since we stopped fasting back in on when was that, Friday? Yeah. So anyway, so glad to be here. I do see one of our community members out there. I see Teresa. Hey, Teresa. She's saying hello, Dr. Woode and everyone. Glad that you're here. We should be streaming also to Instagram tonight. If you're out there, thank you for joining us and hanging out with us tonight. We've been working on getting that done, and I think we finally got it. Hopefully it didn't mess anything else up. All right, so one of the things that I do want to do is I want to go ahead and we're going to spend some time. We're going to take a look at what my blood sugars are here in just a minute as we get started and as we move into the rest of the discussion. I was excited to do this. I was excited to have this this show because if you remember, we did back in the fall, I believe it was, we did a show where we did curry chicken. Last month or 2 months ago, we did tofu, portobello mushrooms. We did cauliflower rice. We did tofu steaks and so forth. So, palpitations after that. And so, so this was an exciting one for me because there are some other things that we're doing. And so my hope is as we go throughout the year that you'll see the shows punctuated with either this as one of the shows or we'll have an additional show at some point. For those of you who are in a community, maybe we'll do that in one of our groups. But tonight we're talking about the cauliflower, the sausage cauliflower pizza. Lost my thought there for a minute. But let's hop over and let's go ahead and take a look at what some of my blood sugars are doing. And I do see a question out there. Teresa, I do see your question. I'm going to go ahead and star that. And we'll come back to that here in just a little bit. Okay? All right. So let's see. So first of all, let's take a look at my Libre. So my Libre right now is saying that my blood sugar is 72. And by the way, yesterday at 9 o'clock was was the last time I ate, 9:30-ish. So I wanted to do a couple of things this week. One of the things that I've had people ask me about is what do you do when you come out of a fast, and what is your regular routine? And my regular routine was kind of a 16-8. I'm actually changing that, probably more like a 18-19 plus, right? And so pretty much eating either two very short meals or one meal a day. And you'll see there, so I still have, what, 2.5 hours within my eating window, right? So I've been fasting since 9:30 last night. So 9:30 tonight would be 24 hours. I'm not planning to do a 24-hour fast. This is just, there are people who are out there right now who are wanting to do a 23, 22-hour fast, eat one meal a day. And so I wanted to show you what blood sugars do within a day, right? Because a lot of people don't think that blood sugars can improve within a day, and there you have it. So this is about 12 hours now, but I've been basically fasting for 20, 21, 22 hours, right? The plan for those people who are doing this type of fast is that they're going to eat, and the blood sugar, of course, will start over, and then tomorrow it'll go down again. But anyway, you see that, and we'll talk more about that as we get into the fasting for the rest of this week. But I wanted to make that point for you as you're looking at the blood sugar that you see on the screen. And then, of course, taking a look at my Dexcom, and my Dexcom says that my blood sugar right now is an 86, okay? So 86 for the Dexcom, and of course for the Libre. And let's hop over and let's take a look at what my finger sticks are going to show on my Clarity app. Not my Clarity, but my Keto Mojo and my Contour. And you may see on the screen, let me pop this off so you can get a better look. So I've got a tray here, and within this tray, I've got several different types of lancing devices, or lancets. Let's see. This is the one that we've been using, right? And it's just basically a lancet. There is another one here that I've got in this tray. And then, of course, these kind of automatic spring-loaded ones. So anyway, so I brought a bunch of those because I'm always looking for lancets. So I'll move that up. I think I'll try one of these today. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's pop over and we'll take a look at our blood sugars. Then we get into our discussion for this evening. So first, let me grab a test strip. Test strip for the Contour, and then a test strip for the Keto Mojo. And the way this one works, basically, you turn this little knob, and it's attached to the lancet that's in the device, and it's actually spring-loaded, okay? So I'm going to break this part off, and that basically comes out. And I need to find a good spot on my finger, and I'm going to press this against my finger while I depress this little lever, okay? And that lever releases the lancet, and the spring pushes it, and I get, okay? So you may have heard okay? And there is my drop of blood. Let's get the Keto Mojo going. Let's go ahead and get the Contour going. And so 84 for the Keto Mojo, and the Contour 88, so not far off. And then of course we're going to change and do the ketones here on the Keto Mojo. And just like I always do, I'm not going to show that to you guys right now. I know, I'm so bad teasing you guys. All right, so let's hop over and let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit about our what we're doing tonight, right? So when we're talking about cooking with Dr. Woode, and we're going to go through that video here in just a minute, but just a few things that I want to talk about. And the challenge is this. Well, let's do this one. There we go. The challenge is creating a pizza that is both healthy and delicious. right? Because typically when people think pizza, they think lots of carbs, they think unhealthy, they think lots of cheese, lots of calories, and so forth. And so that really is the challenge. And often when we are trying to change a food, when we're trying to change a dish, we tend to think that that dish can't be either it's not going to taste good, or if it tastes good, then it's not going to be healthy. And so that's really the challenge that a lot of people find themselves in. Well, let's talk a little bit about cauliflower. And I have a team member in my office that says cauliflower is the great imitator, because if you're in the wellness, if you're in the space right now, you know that cauliflower is one of those things that people are making all kinds of things from. Okay, and we here on the show have done cauliflower rice. In fact, part of what we're going to need to do as we are creating the crust for the pizza that we're going to be making is we're going to have to make some cauliflower rice. But cauliflower, I've seen people making hot wings, right? So they basically grill the cauliflower, or they bread it, fry it, and then they put it in buffalo sauce. Or I've seen people making little finger foods with cauliflower. I've seen people making all kinds of things with cauliflower, and so she calls it the cauliflower is the great imitator. But there are some great things that cauliflower has that are beneficial, right? So in terms of nutrition, and you'll see that there. So protein, 2 grams of protein, and this is for about 100 grams of cauliflower, probably a cup. There's not a lot of fat, right? About 1 gram of fat. Not a lot of carbohydrates, so 5 grams of carbohydrates for that 1 cup. Lots of fiber, 2 grams. And remember, cauliflower is one of those non-starchy vegetables that we talked about before when we did our show. If you didn't see that show, go back and watch it, and you'll get a flavor for that. And then, of course, potassium, magnesium, and phosphorus, all those things that we like. And then it's full of different types of vitamins: vitamin C, vitamin K, B6, folate, pantothenic acid, and these are all substances, all things that we want to include in our diet. So there's a lot of benefit for cauliflower. And so a little bit about the history of pizza. So because that's my thing, right? So pizza. So the concept of flatbreads has been around for a long time, back to the Greeks, the ancient times, Romans, Egyptians, and so forth. And this idea of having some kind of bread that you put stuff on. Basically, that's what pizza is. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about as we get to the modern time, but that's where pizza is. So flatbread in the Middle Age, it evolved in different regions in Europe, in Italy, particularly in Naples, and so this bread was referred to as a pizza. This flat bread that they made was referred to as a pizza initially, right? Initially, these were simple breads, and you just top them with ingredients. And this was here's the thing, right? And this is a lot of times what we find is that there are certain things that are common to what are called the common people. Right? People who didn't have a lot of money, they weren't affluent, and so they developed something. And if you flash forward now, hundreds of years later, in our modern society, those are called delicacies, right? So we took them, so people, but when they didn't have money, that's what they used, and now it has become one of these delicacies, right? That we use. So anyway, so flatbread in the Middle Ages, the modern pizza. In the 18th and 19th century, when tomatoes were introduced into Europe, then the commoners, those who were not affluent, started using tomatoes and putting them on bread with lots of different things. And this was really the first simple pizza, right? It was cheap. It was something that you can eat with your fingers. This was kind of the working class kind of snack or kind of food, right? And then, right, the pizza margherita was, and there's a story where Queen Margherita was visiting, and a local baker, cook, chef made her a pizza, or this flat bread that had the colors of the Italian flag. So red for tomatoes, white for mozzarella, and green or basil for green. Okay, and this was really it was named Pizza Margherita, and this is really kind of the thing that solidified the idea that pizza was an Italian cuisine, and that sparked the whole thing. And so today, pizza has taken on a life of its own, right? So lots of different types of pizza around the world. New York style pizza, which is where I'm from, New York. Chicago has their deep dish pizza. California has their gourmet pizza. And around the world, if you go around the world, lots of different places have different types of pizza, including the variations of toppings, like seafood in Japan, or spicy meats in India. And I'm sure if you're out there and you are from the Caribbean, I would love to know, what do you put on a pizza in the Caribbean? If you're from Africa, what do you put in a pizza in Africa? If you are of the native peoples of the United States, do you have a pizza, and what do you put on your pizza? So if you know, or even some of our community members in your state, is there a state pizza that you guys eat, and what is it? I'm here in Alabama, and I keep searching for New York style pizza. Right, that's what I grew up in, kind of flat, thin bread. I have grown to like deep dish, but when I was growing up, it was really it was not deep dish. It was a flatbread, basically flatbread. Okay, all right. So let's go now and let's take a look, and let's talk about our pizza. So the first thing that we've got to do when we're making the pizza is we have to get the cauliflower. And if you didn't watch our show where we did the cauliflower rice, the same thing is what we're doing. So we've got the cauliflower, and this is really one head of cauliflower that I've cut up, and you see the different pieces. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a grater, and we're going to basically rice, quote unquote, rice the cauliflower. So we're kind of grating it and getting it set so that we can then use it for the rest of what we do. And here's a great place to talk about the versatility of cauliflower. So here we're using it, we're ricing it, quote unquote, to be able to mix it and make a dough out of it. But we can also take the cauliflower, we can use it, we can form it, we can make, as we did before, we can use it for rice, and we could put things on top of it. Okay, we can use the cauliflower, as I mentioned. We can dip it in sauces, and if you go to any function and they've got a tray of vegetables, one of those vegetables that you may see on that tray is cauliflower, right? So there are carrots, there's broccoli, there's celery, and of course there's cauliflower, the little spears, and you dip them in ranch or whatever else is there. And so here, we're basically ricing the cauliflower, and we end up with a bowl of cauliflower. And I have a recipe that we've done that gives you all of this. In fact, let's see, would I be able to do that? Let me see if I can pull it up. Anyway, there's a book that we're putting together, a cookbook that has all the recipes and things that we've been doing. Okay, so we rice the cauliflower, and then what we need to do, if you remember, in one of our old when we did when we did our cooking show before, the way that I cooked the cauliflower that time was I took it and I put it in a frying pan with some oil. This time what I'm doing is simply taking the cauliflower after I've riced it, put it in a bowl, I cover it with some saran wrap, and I put it into the microwave, and we did it for 5 minutes, and we basically get that out, and now the cauliflower is warm or hot, cooked, right? Because it doesn't take a lot of time to get the cauliflower going. Now, one thing that I didn't do here, right? One thing I didn't do was I didn't drain it, right? So I wanted to see what the bread would be like or the dough. And so you can take it after you take it out of the microwave. You put it in a clean kitchen towel, and you basically wring out the excess moisture from it. In this case, I did not do that. And then we take it, and so here's our mixtures, right? So we've got some eggs, mozzarella cheese, we've got Italian seasoning, Parmesan cheese, black pepper to taste, salt to taste, garlic powder to taste, and basically we're mixing this together, and we're getting kind of a doughy substance, and that's what we're going to use to make the dough for the pizza. And so there you'll see all my ingredients that I'm doing, and we're going to start mixing that up and then form it. And you can form this in lots of different ways. All right, so let's go ahead and let's see. Here we go. So you can begin forming this in lots of different ways. In this case, what I did was I just mixed it in a bowl, dropped all of those ingredients in there, and once again, this is to taste, right? So and we do have that recipe that we used to make this, and it will be available on our website that we'll have. And so in this case, if you look at the bowl, you see the steam coming out of the bowl. And what I did was I grabbed this and I stuck it into the freezer part of the refrigerator, and I let that cool down a little bit because I didn't want my cheese that I was getting ready to put in to melt too much. But basically, right, you're putting all those ingredients in there, and that's a little blurry. But then we take that out, and I've got a cookie sheet that I've put some parchment on, and we're gonna start putting that together. And what I wanted to show here is that it doesn't take a lot, right? So this is just some parchment paper on a cookie sheet, and I'm just spooning that out, and you'll see I'm starting to form the dough. I'm starting to form the pizza pie itself, and it's really just a 1-inch thick layer of the cauliflower mix that I've made, and I'm kind of making that. You can do this deep dish, right? If you're interested, if you like deep dish, when you're putting this together, basically you kind of press the middle in so that you have the edges coming up, and here you'll see that we're putting that together in a pie shape and form. And mine is a little bit more, it's not as stiff, which I like, and it came out actually very nicely. And what we're gonna do is once I get that formed, we're gonna go ahead and pop that into the oven and get it to brown and begin to firm up. All right, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. If I hadn't put the eggs in there, I would have just grabbed the piece and eat it right there. But so we have the eggs, and so we're gonna go ahead and pop this into the oven. Okay, and look at that, right? So that in itself, right, beautiful. That really looks kind of like a New York pizza, right? It doesn't have any toppings on it, but it's nice and crusty. You see the edges there, and you actually see the top of the pizza. So you see the seasonings, the Italian seasonings that's coming through it. And so then I have smoked sausage that I've done. This is beef sausage that we're doing. And so we're going to put the cheese on top of it. There we go, right? So delicious. And you guys know that I'm a cheesaholic. So we got the cheese that we're gonna put on, and then we're gonna cover that um, with the sausage here in a minute. And you can really put this. We're doing a sausage pizza, but this was what I wanted to do. You can do vegetables. You can do other types of meats if you're interested. I have somebody who told me that they made a barbecue chicken pizza. Basically, they took the chicken, chopped it up, and cooked it with barbecue sauce, and then they topped the pizza with that. Here, I'm not using any vegetables, but you could put onions on there. You can put olives if you like olives. All the normal everyday things that you would put on a pizza, you can put here as well, right? Because the only difference that we're doing right now is we're changing the dough from using flour. Right now we're using the cauliflower. Okay, and so that cuts down on the carbohydrates. It cuts down on the starches, right? And it is a healthy version of this. Doesn't that look good? Right? Beautiful, beautiful. Right? And so we're going to take this and we're going to pop it into the oven. And we'll see what that looks like, right? So once again, we created. Let's pop back over here. So we riced the cauliflower. We steamed it in the microwave. Remember when we did a previous version, what we did was we took that and we actually put olive oil and we put it into the frying pan. And that was how we did it the last time. This time we simply took it, we put it in the microwave and steamed it, and then took it out and then mixed all of our ingredients together. That was the Parmesan cheese, the mozzarella cheese, the eggs, the garlic powder, Italian season, black pepper, and salt to taste, and then formed our once we mixed that up, we formed the pizza crust, got that onto a cookie sheet, and made a half-inch thick layer as our crust. Got that into the oven. Comes out looking. Look at that, delicious. And then went ahead and topped it with our cheese, topped it with the sausage, and then we're going to pop that back in the oven here in just a minute. Okay? All right. So let me pause there, and I want to hop over, and I did see Jennifer. So Teresa was here. She said hi. Jennifer came in. Jennifer said howdy. Hey, Jennifer, glad that you're here. Hey, Teresa. And Teresa did have a question. She said, I missed the show when you talked about having palpitations after a fast. I'm trying to remember which show that was, Teresa. Jog my memory, if you don't mind. Just drop something else. And then I see some folks over on Instagram. Thank you guys for coming through and hanging out with us as we are talking about doing a sausage cauliflower pizza. I do see a good friend out there who is vegetarian. And so once again, for those of you who are vegetarian or even those of you who are vegan, this is actually a very simple way of improving a classic dish, right? A classic item. You can do the cauliflower. And you'd have to find, some, if you're into cheese, right? Because you can do this actually without cheese. But if you want to do cheese, you would have to find some vegan cheese, and we do have some in the refrigerator. And actually, I went and I had some the other day, and to be honest, when I enjoyed the vegan cheese, at least the one that we had, a little bit more than the regular cheese that I had. So I was cutting it up and eating it. But you can do that as well. And then, of course, the toppings. The toppings can be any vegetable that you really want to put on the pizza. Okay, all right. So let's hop back over, and I do want to talk a little bit more about making something healthy, right? About making something healthy. So we talked about pizza today, and how do we make a healthier pizza? How do we make a healthier pizza? Right. Number one, you want to choose a healthy base, and that's where the cauliflower comes in. Right. You can use other things to make the pizza. There are other types of flours, if you will. I was trying to stay away from the flour because once you crush that up, whatever it is, it could be corn flour, it could be plantain flour, it could be cassava flour. Because you are crushing it up, the fiber is actually pretty much destroyed, and your body absorbs that so much easier, and so we get a spike in the blood sugar. Insulin has to come out to decrease the sugar, whether you take insulin or your body makes the insulin. Once that happens, then the appetite is stimulated. And remember our three pillars, right? So decrease insulin, suppress appetite, and get rid of as much sugar as possible. And so that was the reason that cauliflower is actually a good base. You want to opt for healthier sauces. And you'll see here in this case, I did not use any sauces, right? This was simply the cauliflower, cauliflower base, then the cheese on top of that, and then the sausage on top of that, and that's all. So I did not use any sauces, but you can use lots of different types of sauces, things that you create yourself. Marinara sauce. You can make your own spaghetti sauce at home. You can make your own whatever sauce. Actually, you can make that at home. Then you want to load up on vegetables, right? Often, if you make a pizza and you don't put enough stuff on it, after you've eaten that slice of pizza, you're still hungry. So if you are making sure that on that slice that you're having, or on the pizza in general, you're putting a lot of vegetables, then those vegetables, and non-starchy vegetables, by the way, those vegetables are they have bulk. And so when you eat them, because they have bulk, the pizza already tastes good. You have the toppings of the pizza that creates bulk, and now you eat that and you are satisfied. Otherwise, it's basically a piece of cheese that you're eating, and then your appetite might be stimulated at that point. You want to choose lean protein. So as you're getting into, if you are eating meat, chicken, fish, whatever, you want to choose lean proteins, because once again, we're trying to get a healthier pizza, a healthier version of this dish, of this item. So in this case, I did not change anything else other than I did not put sauce, and it was cauliflower. But even to make it healthier, we could have, instead of doing sausage, you could have done something else. You could have done chicken, like I mentioned before. And then be mindful of cheese. This is my this is my place where I've got to kind of be careful, right? So when we did our show where we talked about labs, remember that my cholesterol level went up because I've been doing such a good job of keeping blood sugars under control, right? That I've switched to eating things that don't have a lot of carbs, but are higher in calories, higher in fat. And so one of the things I've gone to is eating cheese. So I think I have now probably some stock in cheese somewhere. And so as you're doing healthy, remember we always have to find a balance. And for a lot of us, when we are, I shouldn't say a lot of us. So in general, human beings, right? In general, human beings, we tend to go, I don't want to say extremes, but in this case, going from a lot of carbs and say, well, I'm not going to eat a lot of carbs, so I'm going to come way over here to this side. But it has to be balanced. And if we do a good job of balancing, then then things kind of work out, right? So in terms of the pizza, you want to make sure that you're not like pounding it with a lot of cheese. Otherwise, we run into other issues. Cool. Let's see what else. Give me just a sec. Okay, so cheese, right? So be careful with the cheese, and then when you're flavoring, remember herbs, spices for flavor. We did a show also where we talked about how to flavor foods, how to improve foods, how to not use a lot of salt and sugar, and so forth. Remember what our plan is, right? So this show really is just a component of our plan to reverse diabetes. So as we are reversing diabetes, we're putting these practices in place, not just in isolation, but we're putting them in place so that we have all of these tools in our toolbox that we can use as we're moving in that direction. Right? If you're out there and you are not diabetic and you are here with us, the things that we're talking about for diabetes in terms of being healthy work for you as well. Whether you have metabolic syndrome, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, all of those, if you're now creating a healthy version of pizza, guess what improves? All the things that we just talked about, right? So not just blood sugars, but all of the metabolic issues that you may be having in your life as well. So just because you're not diabetic doesn't mean that this is not beneficial for you as well. Okay. All right. And so let's go ahead and let's take a look at our pizza. Yeah. Yep. You guys want to see the end of it? Well, let me do this first. What I want to do is I want to hop over and let's take a look at what my report has been saying about blood sugars. Move up some of this stuff. Okay, here we are. So let's see. Let's grab. Yeah, let's do this one. All right. So blood sugars. So you'll see there that my 14-day average blood sugar is 100. Right. So average blood sugar 14 days is 100. My average blood sugar for the last 90 days, 3 months, has been 104, so not far off from the 100. My glucose management indicator, which is a surrogate or a marker for what my blood sugars would be, or my A1C would be, is 5.8. And in fact, when we did our show, when was that? Was that last week or week before? On labs, my A1C was actually a 5.8, which is right in keeping with what this guy said that it would be. I'm in target, I'm in range 90% of the time. And that range, for those of you who are out there keeping track of blood sugar, is anywhere from 70 to 180. One point about the 70 to 180, that is a safety parameter, okay? I don't want my patients generally to have blood sugars up to 180. I usually tell folks I want their blood sugars between 100 and 120. That's the goal. If we do that, then we have an A1C of about 6.5. Okay? All right. So if we take a look at the daily graphs, you'll see if we go back starting on Friday, and you see the blood sugars during Friday were 140s, 150s, and then Saturday, kind of the same thing, 130s, 120s, 150s. Sunday into the 60s, and then remember I said that I stopped eating last night about 9:30. So right in here, and then the blood sugars began coming down into the 100s. And I want you to note reversing diabetes, right? We've been asking folks to fast for 1 24-hour period. And people say, well, 24-hour period, does that make a difference? And you can see it there on the screen for yourself. It does make a difference, because if you're not putting anything in, you're not putting any calories in, you're not putting any carbs in, then the body has to use the energy that it has on board, has to use the carbohydrates that are on board. And as it uses that, the blood sugars go down. During the course of having these blood sugars go down, guess what you don't have to do? You don't have to probably take any insulin during that time. Your body is not having to spike your insulin up. If that doesn't happen, then the appetite gets suppressed. Remember the pillars. Number one, we want to decrease our insulin. Number two, we want to suppress the appetite. And number three, we want to get rid of as much sugar as possible. Right? So there it is. And so that gives us a good indicator of what happens. And so when I eat here before 9 o'clock, right? So we'll see the blood sugar spike up and then come back down as we begin another 24-hour period. And I wanted to specifically show those of you who are out there who are working on a particular fasting regimen that even a 24-hour period fasting does have benefit, because during the time when you're not eating, then those blood sugars are coming down. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at our pizza, right? So we had just topped the pizza, and we're getting ready to put it into the oven. Right. So we've riced it, we've cooked it, microwave, we've mixed it, we formed our dough, we created the pizza, we put it in the oven so that it began cooking, and it got a little harder, firmer, and we put it in, and we added our toppings, which is cheese and our sausage, and now we're taking our pizza out, and look at how delicious that looks. Right? And you can't tell that that's cauliflower. And so now we plated it. Right? Wow. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Yep. And so, sausage, cauliflower pizza, a healthy version of this amazing dish. And I made it, and I have some more cauliflower. I went and I bought 2 heads of cauliflower that's in the refrigerator, and I'm getting ready to make some. And then this week I'm going to make some. I was planning to make it on this weekend, but I didn't get a chance to do it. But this week I'm making some. We have some other things that we picked up that are in the refrigerator right now, picked up from the grocery store, that we're going to be doing, and putting those together so that we can see that you can have healthy versions of the things that you like. Okay? If you have a particular dish that you have out there that you want to see us attempt, notice I say attempt, right? Because I am not a chef, right? I do play one, but I love to cook. My dad was an amazing cook, an amazing chef. A lot of the things that I cook and the way that I eat, the flavors that I like come directly from eating his food. There are some things that I have that are specific to my culture that I am going to be working to improve, working to have a healthy version of it. And, we'll share that with you as well. But if there's something out there that you want us to try, go ahead and drop that in the chat, because we would like to come alongside. Because remember, this community is a part of helping us in terms of reversing our diabetes, and we do that as we work and move together. Hey guys, this is a great place for us to do the thought of the day, so let's go ahead and let's do that right now. And the thought of the day is this: that the only constant is change. Change happens. Change does not pigeonhole you into a particular place, because you can always change. I was talking to someone this weekend, and she was sharing that there are some things going on in her life, and that she was unsure of how to proceed. And the issue was that I think in her mind, if she made a decision, that decision was permanent. And often that is what happens for us. Sometimes we don't make a move because we think the move, we don't make a decision because we think the decision that we make, once we make that decision, that's forever. And change always happens. There's changes in our health. There are changes in our health. There are changes in our careers. There are changes in our education, in our jobs, in our home where we live, right? Changes in our vehicles, in our clothes. Change happens. And just because you have made a decision does not mean that you cannot go back and make a change. Many of you, many of us have made decisions in terms of our health. And there are some damaging things that have happened in our health. There are some health choices. There are some health benefits. There are some health habits that we have developed. And we think that we are stuck going down that road. And I want to convince you, I want to encourage you and tell you that that is not true. If you are having healthy habits, you have healthy lifestyles that you've developed, let's continue to strengthen those. If there are things that have happened, if there are behaviors that you are now engaged in terms of the types of things that you eat, the way you eat, how often you eat, how much you eat, those are learned behaviors. And just because you've done something a certain way doesn't mean that you have to do it the same way all the time. Just like things in life change, just like we change in all other aspects of our life, in everything that we do, there's the opportunity to change. And here in our health, there's also the opportunity to change. You can make a difference. As you've heard me say before and over and over and over and over, you can be the voice for change for others, but you can also be the voice of change for yourself. So as you are thinking about your health, as you are working to put your health in a better position to be successful, as you are thinking about reversing your diabetes, improving your metabolic health, remember, it's not permanent. Change happens. The only constant is change, because things are always changing. And that is our thought for today. All right, all right. I do see. Let's see. So Teresa says, "LOL. I don't remember the title of the show either. I caught the tail end of it. You were speaking about extended fast. If you could have palpitations after it ends, huh? Okay. So I mean, I don't remember that particular show, Teresa, but in terms of ending a fast, particularly if you've not done a good job of hydration, then yes, you can have that. The other thing that happens is as you begin refeeding, right, as you begin eating again, if you're not careful in how you approach that, then the metabolism will gear up, and so you can have palpitations as a result of that. So I'm not sure if that was the context I was talking about at that time, but that also is something that can happen. So palpitations, of course, as you are going through the fast, if you're not maintaining hydration, and then as you begin feeding again, as you begin eating again, then as your metabolism picks up, also if hydration has not been kept up, then you can have palpitations as well. Okay. Let's see. Jennifer says, I can make my own sauce. No sugar and added Let me put that back up. No sugar and added veggies in the mix. Yep. So Teresa, you have a, I think if I remember, you have a garden, don't you? You're out there. And we said we need to take a community trip out to hang out with Teresa. Teresa says she's sorry. She said, "Make noodles, please. I love them." Teresa, any particular type of noodles? Any particular type of noodles? And she says, "Yes, it happened after I eat. So it was what I ate." Yeah. So a lot of things that we use to refeed, and we break that fast, can stimulate our metabolism and can cause us to have palpitations, particularly if we're having spicy foods and the body's now starting to the metabolism is picking up. Okay, so Teresa, yes. So what I'm gonna do, right, is we are a gluten-free house, so I'm gonna find some gluten-free noodles and we can make that. Okay, so Teresa, drop me a line, remind me. It's here, but drop me a line separately and remind me that, hey, I'm supposed to do that. All right. Oh, okay. So Jennifer is the one that has the garden. All right. So Teresa, you and I have to get together and we take a trip out to Jennifer. Right, and hang out with her, and we can get some stuff from her garden, and then we can enjoy that together. Yep. All right, so let's talk a little bit, y'all, about where we are and what's going on in our space. Very first thing I want to, of course, talk about is unlimited, right? So often we find ourselves limiting ourselves. There is the ability to improve our health. There is the ability to improve our lifestyle. There's the ability to improve our diet. Just like we did tonight, we took one of my most favorite foods and we created a healthier version of it. Unlimited ability. You may have tried things in the past. You may have not been successful in things in the past. That's behind us. Now we have unlimited ability, unlimited potential. And here on the show, here in this community, we are tapping into the unlimited ability. We're tapping into the ability to go beyond where we thought we can go, beyond where we've been told we can go, beyond where even sometimes we can imagine. Unlimited ability. And on the show, the channel, what do? We educate, we empower, and we encourage. That's how we work. We educate with the shows, with the podcasts, with the blogs that we do. That is with the intention of changing our mindset, changing our thought, making a frame shift, because we've got to do that in order to be successful. We empower. The empowerment comes from the tools. One of the things that we just learned, a tool, how to create a cauliflower pizza. Whatever I did sausage cauliflower pizza. You can do whatever you want. You can do tofu. You can put chicken. You can put fish. You can put so many other things on. You can do a veggie pizza, right? So one of the tools. And then we encourage. We encourage by the community that's here, that I love. The community is growing. We've got some very valuable, very appreciated community members. You can be a part of this community as well. Right? So we educate, we empower, and we encourage. The Triple E formula for success. The HEAT model. This is a model that talks about the things that will trigger us. We eat because of habits, emotions, access, and taste. Habits, emotions, access, and taste. The habits that we form, right? The emotions that will push through the decisions that we've made. The access that we have, the things that are just around us, and the taste that we have for something. It's never the food that we're choosing. Habits, emotions, access, and taste. And then our call to action, right? Join the challenges. We've been doing challenges every month. Every month we have a new challenge. In the month of January, figure out your why. Why do you want to do what you're doing? In the month of February, hey, let's start fasting for 24-hour period. In the month of March, figure out which one of the HEAT models was yours. Is it habits? Is it emotions, access, and taste? I'll tell you mine. I've got 3 of them. Emotions, access, and taste. All 3 of those are mine. In the month of April, it was to create a meal that was healthy, right? And for instance, a pizza is a perfect one. And you see the parameters there. In the month of May, find somebody to mentor, bring them along with you. Don't let this just be something you do by yourself. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. If you want to go a far way, if you want to be successful, take people with you. And of course, in this month, we talked about labs. Make sure that you are getting with your healthcare provider, your healthcare team, so that you can get your labs checked. Okay, so call to action. Join the challenges. Share your story when you come on. Let us know what's going on. Just like people here have been telling us, hey, if you're fasting, drop that in there. If you're having some challenges, drop that in there. Let us know where you are. When we see your successes, we know we can do it. When we hear what struggles you're having, then we know that we're not alone. And then invite someone. Don't let this go by and let this be by yourself. There are over 1 billion people on the planet that can benefit from this information. Invite someone, send them a link, let them know what's going on. Walk alongside your mentee, the person you're going to be mentoring. Say, hey, let's go watch the show together. Let's come together and let's do that as a group, right? So glad. Always excited that we can spend some time together and to be here. We're going to be checking in with you as we get into our fast later this week. And we'll be coming back, of course, next week on the show at 7 p.m. Central right here. As I always say, y'all, glad to be with you, glad to be able to hang out. This is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. That's right, Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you in our check-in later this week and on our show next week, 7 p.m. Central, right here. Bye-bye. In the office this week, I've had so many questions about fasting. As you know, that's what we've been doing. And the question that I'm getting asked is not should I fast, but what is the difference between fasting for extended periods or fasting for shorter periods? In particular, is it okay or is it beneficial, or which does better? Should I do multiple shorter fasts or an extended fast? And that's what we're going to be spending some time tonight talking about, the difference. Well, not necessarily the difference, but which is better, the shorter or extended fast. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, we've been educating, empowering, and encouraging you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new you, I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission, get off of diabetes medications, improve their metabolic health, and in fact, who want to reverse their diabetes. That's what we've been doing. As you know, I'm using this amazing tool called fasting to put my body and to teach you how to use fasting as a way of improving health and reversing diabetes. And I am in a 72-hour is where we are heading here in just a few minutes. And we're probably going to extend that a little bit more this week as well as we did last week and the weeks before. If you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to say hello and welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And to say hello to the neighborhood. If you're new as well and you have questions, go ahead and put those in the chat, in the comments, because we'd love to say hello and to see how you're doing. As you know, we do here on the channel, I'm going to be looking at my blood sugars, and we're going to be looking at our glucose meters, which you'll see there on the screen. Looking at my reports, and the reports, this one in particular is my Dexcom that you're seeing there. And then, of course, I have my Keto Mojo and my contour meter off to the side that we're going to be looking at here in just a few minutes, y'all. All right. And I do see one of our team members or our community members, Jennifer. Hey, how are you doing, Jennifer? She's saying hello, howdy, all. Glad that you're there. Whatever platform you are joining us from, we are glad that you are here. We are now streaming to Instagram. We're streaming to TikTok. Well, not TikTok. Instagram, Facebook, of course, here on YouTube, Twitch, X, LinkedIn, and so on and so on and so forth. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do a check-in, as I normally do. I want to talk a little bit about how I'm feeling physically, mentally, and emotionally. That's the check-in that we typically do. So let's hop over and let's take a look at those, right? So let's back up. So physically, and why do I want to talk about this? Because these are the questions that people have as you are preparing to fast, as you're actually in the process of trying to fast, and you begin to feel symptoms. So physically, how am I feeling? Right now, I am feeling energized. I am a little tired because I have been up late. If you saw last night, we did a replay on one of our shows. There's some things going on at church that I'm involved with, and so came home last evening and stayed up late, got up this morning. And so anyway, so I've been kind of running over the last several days coming out of the weekend, and so I'm feeling a little bit more tired than I have in the past, but I'm not feeling lightheaded, dizzy, or sweaty. I'm not feeling any palpitations. Those are typical symptoms that you would feel, particularly as you get into the process of converting from burning sugar or glycogen to burning fat, right? That's that transition period. I'm not feeling any of those symptoms right now. We'll take a look at my blood sugars and you'll see what those have been over the last several days. And in fact, I am now a little over 70 hours, right? Maybe 70 and a half hours into my fast. Mentally, I'm feeling clear. Because I'm a little tired, I think I'm not saying I'm a little sluggish, but I can probably tell that I need to probably get to sleep. Okay, let me say it that way. And then, of course, emotionally feeling excited for several things that are going on here in town. And also this weekend, this week I get to hang out with my son. He's out of school, and so we've been going back and forth together in the car. So that's been amazing. So physically, mentally, and then of course emotionally, feeling pretty good. Yeah. All right. So let's back up and let's take a look at my meters. And I want to take a look at 2 meters, or 2 my continuous glucose monitors, I guess. Let me say it that way. And let's go ahead and pull that up here in just a second as I get some of these other apps that were on my phone closed, so you don't see all of my my crazy desktop. Let's take a look at this one. And actually, I need to do something here really quickly because I was on screen this evening. I was producing a show, and I actually turned off the alerts in both the apps, the Dexcom and the Libre. So I've got to get those back in so that we can see, because you know the apps tend to be finicky if you turn those off. So let's see. Okay, here we are. So Dexcom, get that one turned back on, and we'll see what those numbers are here in just a sec. All right. Okay, and so this is what it looks like right now as it's trying to get the number. But you'll see down there at the bottom what my blood sugars have been kind of running for most of the day. That red graph is below 70. So we'll see that signal come up in just a minute. Let's get rid of this one. And okay, so my Libre, my Dexcom right now is saying blood sugar of 65, and the Libre should come up here in just a little bit. May take a little longer. While that's coming up, let's go ahead and let's hop over and actually take a look at what the blood sugars are on the actual monitors by a finger stick. And so I have a contour meter, and then I have a keto mojo meter. So let's go ahead and get a strip for the contour. We'll get that in there. And then I have 2 strips for the keto mojo. One is the ketone strip, and then the other one is for the blood sugar. So let's go ahead and we'll start with the blood sugar, or blood glucose as we say. All right, and then of course here is the lancet, and let's go ahead and make sure we get a good drop. Not last night, but the night before I didn't get a good drop, and so I had to, and of course I didn't do that again. Perhaps that's one of the benefits of using a Lansing device. Okay, let's see. I think that one got, okay. So not a big drop, but I think enough of a drop to at least start this guy. Okay, and while that's going, let's see if I can get another drop out of that same stick. Perhaps. And then I think, guys, I'm going to have to, yeah, so I can get another one, but I think I'm going to have to do a second poke to get another drop for that keto mojo. All right, so 56 and 58 are what those are saying. Okay, and I did get another drop, so let's go ahead and change this one out for a keto strip. And then once that comes up, we'll go ahead and get the ketone started. All right, and of course, like I do, I'm gonna not show you what that number is right now. And so let's hop over and let's talk a little bit about fasting. So as you know, fasting is the deliberate and the personal decision to abstain from food, right? That is a choice. So we're not talking about any forced starvation. This is someone deciding that they are going to fast, and you're abstaining from food. People do lots of different fasts. Here specifically, we're talking about fasting or abstaining from calorie-containing foods. So nothing that has calories. You are allowed to drink fluids that don't have calories, so like water, unsweetened tea, Coffee, we've actually said that you can have coffee, black coffee. If you're drinking artificial sweeteners in your juices, or not juices but your water and so forth, those are allowed because they don't have any calories in them. Okay, that's what you can use. And so we're deliberately doing that, abstaining from eating any calorie containing substances. The reason for that is that we are working on metabolism. And so let's pop up over here. So we want to talk tonight about the short versus long fasts, right? So short fast versus long fast. That's what we're talking about, and that's what we're going to be looking at here in just a minute. And do you like that graphic? Yeah. So the fighters. All right. And then, of course, short versus extended, which is better? And we'll kind of come and help us answer that question here in just a little while. So when we talk about fast, we're talking about fast definitions. So multiple shorter fasts, and when we're talking about fast, we're talking about fasts that go up to 24 hours, right? So we're not going to be talking about fasts that are, in terms of shorter fasts. If you're talking about an extended fast, we're talking about 24 hours or longer, okay? And so multiple fasts, that is fasts that are shorter than 24 hours, that people do more frequently, right? So for instance, they may do it weekly, bi-weekly. In our case, we've asked you to fast for up to 1 day. That's a 24-hour period. People are doing intermittent fasting, so 12 and 12, 16 and 8, and so forth. And then, of course, the extended fast, when we're talking about that, we're talking about fasts that are over 24 hours that we do less frequently. In my case, and if you are following us, you are probably doing those fasts actually weekly as well, right? So we've been doing at least a 72-hour fast once a week. So what are some common benefits of the fasting? I'm not talking about necessarily whether it's a short or long fast, but just fasting in general. What are some common benefits? Number one, insulin sensitivity improves. And that's a big one for us because as we're working to put our diabetes in remission, insulin sensitivity is very, very important for us, because if we have better insulin sensitivity, then we are able to use our insulin more effectively. We use less insulin. And remember, one of the pillars that we talked about is decreasing the insulin, either that you're taking from outside, that is exogenous insulin, or insulin that you're taking from inside, endogenous, that your body's producing, right? So better insulin sensitivity. Better insulin sensitivity leads to better weight, right? So weight loss and fat loss, because as we are fasting, whether it's shorter or long acting, we're giving our body an opportunity to burn up the carbohydrates. That's a big part of this. And as we burn carbohydrates, we are using up fat, or we're using up the carbohydrates that are in the body and they don't get stored as fat. And so we begin to see weight loss. Number three, enhance autophagy. So autophagy is that system that the body uses to reclaim, recycle, rebuild, if you will, parts of itself. And so autophagy begins happening as we fast, and the longer we fast, of course, the extended autophagy that we have. And then, of course, reduce inflammation. That is the process as we are fasting. The body's becoming more sensitive. The body's using this autophagy. We're rebuilding, we're reclaiming. And as autophagy continues, then we get into a lot more of the immune modulating benefits of fasting. And one of the things that happens is that we have reduced inflammation. That's one of the things we talked about in terms of the disease processes that can happen, that can be improved. And then, I was going to say finally, but it is not the final thing, but one of the other things that happens is that we have improved cognition and improved mentation, right? So better thought processes. One of the reasons for is that the brain likes ketones. So when we change onto ketones, the body likes that. We are not focusing on food right now, and so the body has a chance to process in a different way. So we're not concentrating, we're not thinking about, we're not planning for food. And then, of course, as autophagy begins and continues and gets extended, then the mental capacity becomes better, right? So all of those things happens. These are benefits of fasting. But when we're talking about shorter fasts, why would a shorter fast be easier? Well, a shorter fast is easier to manage, right? So you're fasting for 24 or even up to 48 hours, right? This can be done more frequently, and you can fit those into your lifestyle. You can fit them into your schedule much easier and simpler, more simply, right, than previously, or than some of the longer fasts, because you're able to do a 12 hours. Most people can do it 12 hours. Most people can do 8 hours because we're sleeping for a lot of that time. So you sleep, you wake up, hey, guess what? Your 8 hours are gone, right? So easier to manage. You get into autophagy more frequently. So you fast and you stop, autophagy goes away, you fast again, autophagy begins, right? So you can trigger autophagy, and this is beneficial for cellular repair, right? We just talked about autophagy here just a little while ago. And then reduced risks. So lower fasts are not as difficult in terms of making sure that you are maintaining good diet, a balanced diet, and you don't get into deficiencies, right? So shorter fast, reduced risk. Those are some of the benefits of doing a shorter fast. Well, what are some of the drawbacks of doing shorter fasts? Well, consistency is required, because if you're doing them more frequently, people tend to not do things as consistently when they have to do it more frequently. So if you got to do something once a day, then yeah, that we can do that, and that's done. If you got to do something twice a day, do something 3 times a day, sometimes that doesn't happen, right? So if you're having to do more frequent fasts throughout the week, right? So Monday and then Wednesday and then Friday, things happen, and those things can derail you, and so consistency can become an issue. And then there's a potential for overeating. When you fast shorter periods of time, then when you come out of that fast, your appetite comes back, and you sometimes have difficulty in that shorter period because you're getting ready to go into another fast, maybe another day later. And so people tend to indulge a little bit more during shorter fasts, right? So they eat more than they should over that period of time. So that's one of the potentials with a shorter fast. And as we talk about more extended fasts, right, once again, these are talking about 24 hours or longer. So when we talk about extended, so you get deeper detoxification. So extended fasting periods tend to have better autophagy, longer autophagy, more detoxification, because you're doing it for a longer period of time. So that's one of the benefits of extended fast. You get more and a significant impact. Remember, we did a show maybe 2 or 3 shows ago, where we talked about the benefits of fasting and what you should do. Should you do a longer fast or shorter fast? Well, one of the benefits of a longer fast is that if you have significant metabolic disease, then an extended fast may be the thing for you, because you have bigger issues that you've got to deal with, and because you get better deeper detoxification, that may be a better thing for you. Okay, so that's the benefits of extended fast. Also, you get mental and spiritual benefits. So as you're doing shorter fasts, sometimes you don't get a chance to go into those deep places, those deep quiet, deep solitude, those deep thought processes. But when you're doing an extended fast, there's this longer period of time where you're able to process emotions, where you're able to process the things that may be driving you, that may have been driving you to eat. When we talk about the HEAT model here in just a little while. But when you do an extended fast, you get those enhanced mindfulness and self-discipline. Because during those times when you're not eating, when you're doing an extended fast, you have to now face those demons, right? Because a lot of us, we use food as a mechanism to get around different things in our lives. But if you're fasting, food is no longer one of the tools that you have. And so now you've got to develop a different way of handling those things. And so the thought process, the mindfulness, the self-discipline can be more profound. Well, what are some of the drawbacks? Well, it's a higher risk. What does that mean? It means that you have a higher potential for having low blood sugars. You have a higher potential for having deficiencies because you're having longer fasts, particularly if you've not done a good job in preparing for the fast, getting into it, right? So it's more difficult to sustain, right? I talk to people all the time who say, hey, I was going along, I was at 24 hours, I was 36 hours, I was even maybe 48 hours, and then life happens, right? So remember, so the fast has to fit into life. So as you're doing more extended fast, your schedule changes. More stressful events happen. You become ill. You have more frustration. You have maybe more loneliness, more tiredness, more depression. And so those things can derail you. And so it can make it more difficult to sustain a longer fast. And then medical supervision may be needed, right? So as you do shorter fasts, we tell anybody you can do a 12-hour, 16-hour, 18 hours, even 24 hours. But as you get into longer fasts, now we've got to talk about, okay, do we need to adjust medication? Do we need to work on electrolytes? Are we doing the right amount of fluids? Do we need to adjust other things that we're doing? And so you may need additional medical supervision. So the extended fasts may be a little bit more challenging, okay? And, right? So what are some things that we should think about as we are preparing for a fast? Should I do a shorter fast? Should I do a longer fast? Should I do fasting at all? And this all depends on your health status. So your health status, number one, you want to make sure that you are checking and talking with your healthcare provider, as we've said continually, right? Particularly if you're getting ready to do one of the more extended fasts, you want to take a look at your health status. So if you are not strong enough because of disease processes to do an extended fast, you may have to start with a shorter fast and work your way up. As we started out in the beginning of the year, one of the things that, if you remember, we said was we're not just jumping right into a 24-hour period. We actually worked our way up to being able to do a 24-hour fast, right? If you were at 10, we said go to 11. If you were at 11, go to 12, 12 to 13, 13 to 14, 14 to 15, and so forth until you're able to fast for a 24-hour period. So your health status is very important. Medications that you're on. If you're on medications, those may need to be adjusted. And so you've got to consider as you're preparing for the fast, how am I going to do this? Do I have my health care team with me, and what do I need to do, right? So I have people in the office, I have clients that we talk to, and they say, oh, I'm going to go home and I'm going to stop my medication. Well, no, that's really not the way to do it, because if you remember, we're trying to balance safety with the medical benefits that we get from treating diabetes with reversing. So if your blood sugars are 300-400, yes, fasting is going to improve it, but you can't just go home and just stop your medication. We've got to work to the point where our fasting is now offsetting what the medication is doing, okay? What are your goals? Maybe you have some significant, some profound things that you've got to take care of in your metabolism. And if you have that going on, you may have to do more extended fasting because you've got to get there quickly. If you are trying to lose weight, or if you are trying to just improve your general metabolism, you may be able to do a shorter fast. So you've got to consider what are the goals, right? If you have significant weight to lose, you probably will have to do extended fasts because the shorter fasts, while they work, they're much slower. Next, you got to consider your experience. Right? This goes back to what we talked about a little while ago. So, sometimes people want to just jump into a 96-hour fast. Well, if you've never done a fast before, maybe you can get to a 96-hour fast, but the chances of having some difficulty is higher if you don't have the experience. So if you've been fasting for a while, if you've been following us here on the channel, if you've been following along with what we're doing, and you've been fasting for a 24-hour period, and you've been doing that once a week, okay, now let's go to 36 hours. Now let's go to 48 hours. Now let's do 96 hours. Now let's do 108 hours, whatever the number is. So your experience dictates that. And then your schedule is an important one. A lot of times we don't succeed with fasting, not because fasting doesn't work, but because our schedule doesn't support it. What does that mean? If your family sits down and eats at 5 o'clock, and your intermittent fasting takes you away from the family time, often we will stop fasting so we can spend time with the family, which is what I would recommend, right? Arrange your fasting around times where you're not interrupting the family, or talk with the family and say, hey, this is what I'm planning to do. How do we arrange our schedule so that this works? As you know, when I started fasting Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Why do you think I fast Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Because that's in the middle of the week. On the weekend, I hang out with the family and we're eating. So if I'm with them, I want to be able to enjoy the time with them. I want to be able to eat. If we go to church, if we get invited out somewhere, our functions tend to be on the weekends. So I fast in the middle of the week so I don't interrupt the schedule. And then lifestyle, this goes along with scheduling. So there are some things that you may have going on in your lifestyle. There may be some dietary things that you do. There may be right now some maybe you guys are moving. Maybe you are you're in a class. Maybe you're working on a degree. All of those things will affect how you fast, how long you fast. So make sure that you are considering that as well. And then support. What kind of support do you have? Going back to the family issue, if the family right now is not supporting this, and I'm not talking about family not supporting it as in, oh, fasting doesn't work or you shouldn't do that. I'm talking about if you don't have the support right now and you can't find the support, then maybe right now you do shorter fasts, because longer fasts take more time, they take more energy, they take more thought, right? So you may have to do some other things as you talk about fasting. Okay, so those are some things that you want to consider as you get into the fast. Let's see, I do see some folks out here, and let's hop over and let's say hello. Steve's popped in, and hey, Steve, how you doing? Steve is saying hello. Glad that you are with us. Steve said, I do a 24-hour fast almost every day. Is that bad? Right, that's what Steve is asking. Steve, I'm gonna hold on to that question because I'm gonna come back to it. Jennifer is saying, hello, Steve. Hope all is well. And Steve says, fair. How are you? Answering Jennifer. And then Jennifer says, gardening season keeps me busy. That's right. So a lot of different things will happen. And going back to this idea of the lifestyle. And so, Steve, coming back to your question about fasting for 24 hours. Let me pop that back up here. All right. So a lot of people will do a 24-hour fast. Actually, turns out to be like 23, right? Daily. And basically, they're eating one meal. And there's nothing wrong in terms of fasting, in terms of nutrition, in terms of metabolic health, in terms of diabetes. There's nothing wrong with with doing that, right? There are many times, because I try to do a 16-8. Actually, turns out to be 16-6, to be honest. And often, I am not hungry, so I end up eating one meal and starting the day over, right? So I try to eat a meal at lunch, and that's because at work, my team eats, we have our meeting, I have pharmaceutical reps that come in, and so that's during lunchtime. So I start eating at lunch, and I will try to eat up until maybe 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and then I stop, and then I don't eat again until the next lunch in the afternoon. And so that's my plan. That's my goal. But often, sometimes, I'll eat a lunch, and it's a big lunch. And now, because I've been fasting, I'm able to tolerate not eating big multiple meals often, and so my body says, "Hey, you don't need to eat that." And so I may have a small snack in the evening, and then that's it. But Steve, to answer your question, no, there's nothing wrong with having a 24-hour or doing a fast, that extended fast, once a day, right? Or it's actually a shorter fast, but you get the idea. All right. All right. So if you got other questions, drop those in the chat, because we'd love to get to those and get to answering those. And let's go ahead and let's hop over and let's take a look at what my reports are showing. As you guys know, we typically do Dexcom, Libre. And let's take a look here. Let's hop over. Let's do this one. Actually, that's not. Yeah, that's the website. All right. And as we move over there, please be sure to get over and take a look at our show from this past Monday, and we were talking about results, talking about what labs you should get, what labs you should look at, what labs you and your doctor should review, and some of the values that they should be there. Okay. So let's hop over now. Let's take a look at this report, and you'll see there on the screen, that is my Dexcom report, and it's saying that right now my average blood sugar over the last 2 weeks has been 93. If I go and change that to a 90-day look, that should be about 101, 104. There you go. And I'm in target 91% of the time. My estimated A1C, which is given by the glucose management indicator, is a 5.8. And if you will recall, when I did my, let's see, do I still have that up? I think I do. When I did my labs, let's see, when I did my most recent labs, my A1C was actually a 5.8. And you'll see that there, right, coming up on the screen, right? So it was a 5.8. So that was in keeping right with where the report said that my blood sugars possibly would be, and I love that. Okay, so 104, 5.8, and let's go ahead and let's take a look at daily graphs. And as I said, I'm over 70 hours. Yeah, a little over 70 hours, because I started my fast Monday morning right around 1 o'clock, right in there. So blood sugar is 127, 24 hours, right? We're in the 80s. That was Tuesday morning. Wednesday morning, in the 80s. And then we don't have today's yet, but you'll see that for most of today, my blood sugar has been running right around 70 or lower. Okay, right around 70 or lower. And let's go ahead and let's take a look at another one of these parameters. Let's see. I want to pull up my fit index. And let's take a look. And so one of the benefits that we've been talking about, of course, is weight improvement. And you'll see there current weight is 177. If I go over here and look at my trends, and you'll see down at the bottom, we've been kind of straddling 180s, 190s as we got below 200, and 180s, 190s. And right in here, guys, if you remember, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago now, was when I did that first 96 hours. So we were doing 72, did it at 96 hours. And the reason I did that, if you see down at the bottom, my weight was kind of fluctuating between 180s, 188, up to 190s, 195s. And so I wanted to give a bigger boost. And so I did that 96 hours, and notice that my baseline actually is now improved, right? So 180s down to 170s. So now we're straddling between 170s and 185 is where, and so that is in keeping with where I am shooting for, right? So 175, 180. The other thing that we're looking at, if you remember, these are some of the parameters that I am working with. And so my goal is to get all of these metabolic parameters, these metabolic indicators, into the green. And so we started out with several of them that were red or gray. And as we've worked with the fasting process, not only has the blood sugar improved, not only has the A1C improved, and you kind of saw the trend of that when we did our show on Monday. Go back and take a look at that. But the weight has improved, right? So our weight used to be above 200, and you say 200, that's in the red. And we're in the amber color now, and 177 is where we are. The BMI, right? So we're shooting for a BMI of 25. And so the BMI used to be up there in the 30, in the reds, 30s. We're in the amber right now. And so we're about maybe 3.5 pounds away from BMI being where it needs to be. Body fat, right? So body fat was in the red, and so we're kind of moving closer and closer and closer. We'll share with you one of my goals in terms of body fat. We'll do that when we'll probably do a different show on that. And then, of course, subcutaneous tissue, subcutaneous fat. We're in the amber right now, we're in the red, and so we've got to get down to about 16.7 in order to get that in the green. And so as we talk about those trends, right, not just blood sugar, but there are some other metabolic things that I want to do, and you'll see that there on the screen. And that is in keeping with what we're talking about in terms of how fasting works. Okay? All right. So having said that, let me hop over and let's take a look and see what my ketones are. All right, so let me go ahead and get my ketone meter turned on. And let's go ahead and let's pull. This is our Keto Mojo app, which will come up there in just a minute, and you'll see it'll start to say syncing in just a little bit, syncing in progress. It will go out and grab the meter and it'll pull, and my blood sugar was 56, and the ketones were 4.1. Remember, when we talk about ketones, ketones that are less than 0.5 are considered normal. 0.5 to 1.5 is considered therapeutic nutritional ketosis. And then above 1.5 is considered therapeutic ketosis. And then, of course, right there, you'll see mine is 4.1. If I look at the graph, you'll see as I started eating, to the left that graph, the turquoise line is that's ketones, and then the tan line, that's blood sugar. So as I started eating, the blood sugar rose and the ketones drop. And then as I started fasting again, you'll see the ketones going up and blood sugar going down to where we have right now. And that's the beauty. That's one of the benefits, right, is that transition from burning carbs to burning fat. One of the benefits of fasting is that we are able to move like a hybrid car that normally burns gas and electricity from a battery. Our body burns carbohydrates and ketones. And so when we are fasting, we're decreasing the carbohydrate because the body is using that up. And then now we have to switch over to fat, and we're burning fat, we convert that to ketones, and we use ketones for energy. And in the process of doing that, then we get the weight loss that we see, the improved insulin resistance, the autophagy that we talked about, improvement in our metabolic health. And remember, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, obesity, and and on and on and on and on, right? So all those things improve as a result of improving our metabolic health, and those get better as we fast. So the question, which is better? Shorter fasts or longer fasts? And the answer really is it depends. I know you were expecting something else, right? So it depends. I like shorter fasts because they're easier, they're simpler to do. And so if you are having difficulty getting into a longer fast, any fasting that you do is better than none. So if you are having some challenges getting through a fast, getting into a longer fast, I would much rather you begin fasting where you are and work your way up. If you are just really trying to improve your metabolic health generally, there aren't some significant things that you've got to do, a shorter fast may be good for you. But if you are diabetic, if you have significant metabolic disease, if you have significant weight that you need to lose, if you have a history of heart disease and you've had a heart attack or a stroke, if you are suffering from significant high blood pressure or high cholesterol, you're on multiple medications, then in order for us to get you where you need to be quickly and expeditiously, I guess that's the same word, then a longer fast will help. It's probably better. I do an extended fast because I wanted to get off of a lot of the medications I was on. I had weight that I needed to get off, right? And so I am probably going to scale back on the fasting, not right now. So people have asked me, well, what is the ultimate goal, right? What is the goal for you long term? And we'll talk about that as we get further into the year and as we prepare for, okay, what is the long game? Okay. So you may need to do extended fasts at the beginning, and then you may be able to back off again as you improve your metabolic health and as you achieve some of those goals. Remember, fasting is a tool, and we use the tool as we need it. For example, let's say that you have been fasting and everything is good, and you go on vacation, or it's your birthday, or it's the holidays, and you have put on some weight. Guess what? When you come out of that holiday, you can pick fasting up as a tool to say, hey, I put on 5 pounds, 5, 6, 7, 8 pounds, 9, 10 pounds. So I want to get those off. So let me go ahead and I'm going to start fasting, and I'm going to do an extended fast. I'm going to get off some of this weight. I'm going to improve my blood sugar. My cholesterol levels were higher, so I'm going to improve those. And now that I've done that over the next 3-4 weeks, and I've used that, I can now back off and go to shorter fasts. So remember, it's a tool, and it's never a one size fits all. It's always, you can do combinations. It is a tool that you can drop into your tool bag, your toolbox, and use as needed. All right? I love that. Love that. Okay. Let's see. What else? Well, so let's talk a little bit, y'all, about what we do here on the channel. And first, I want to talk a little bit about this idea of unlimited. So the unlimited concept, and you'll see I've got my unlimited t-shirt, and it says educate, empower, and encourage. Often when we think about our health, particularly if we've had some significant health challenges or we've had some complications, we think back and we're like, oh my goodness, look at what I did to myself. Or, oh my goodness, look at my health right now. It is unsalvageable. Or, oh my goodness, this will never work to improve my health. And I want to convince you that your ability to improve is unlimited. Your ability to make change is unlimited. Your ability to see beyond where you are, to go beyond what you expected, to go beyond what you even may think or dream is unlimited because you have the ability to educate, you have the ability to become empowered, and you have encouragement. So unlimited. So I want you to stop thinking in small terms. We're reversing our diabetes. We're getting off of diabetes medications. We are dropping our weight significantly. There are people who are off of their pumps. They don't take any more insulin. They don't take any more medication. Their weight for the first time in years is below 200. I'll tell you, for me, it has been years since my weight has been below 200. That's amazing to me. Right? And to be down, what was it a little while ago? 177 pounds? What? When I got married, how many years ago? 30 plus years ago. I was 165 pounds. Yeah, that's 168 maybe. So for over 30 plus years, my weight has been above 200. So for the first time in that time, my weight is below 100. I think it was Teresa or Jennifer who calls that Wonderland. And I said, what is Wonderland? They said, well, that's when your weight is in the 100, when the weight starts with 100. So I'm in Wonderland. And you can be there too. Unlimited ability, unlimited potential. Fasting is free. You don't have to buy anything. You don't have to change. You have to go get any special kind of food. It is free. It's unlimited. If you want to push it further, then fast longer. Unlimited. The potential, the ability to be able to make changes, unlimited. And as a part of this unlimited, what is the platform? What is the basis for that? That's the triple E formula for success. That is, we educate, we empower, and we encourage. We educate with the shows that we do, with the podcasts, with the blogs. All of that is with the intention of education. We empower with the tools that we learn. We just learned a tool a little while ago, right? So how do we assess? How do we assess short or long fasting? How do we deal with our emotions? Remember emotional intelligence. What were the 5 whys? Those were all tools that we're using to be able to put into practice the things that we're doing in order to improve our health, our metabolic disease. And then we encourage. And the encouragement comes from the community. And you see us interacting here a little while ago with Jennifer and Steve and all those who may be out there watching right now. If you're watching and you haven't said hello, that's okay. But drop us a note, drop us a line saying hello. Let us know that you're out there and how you're doing. If you've been fasting, go ahead and drop that in the comments because we'd love to know. If you are having a challenge, drop that in the comments. One of my challenges over the last several weeks has been to maintain hydration. I've mentioned that to you guys before. All right. So it is not always everything just works the way you intended it. And being in the community allows us to know that we are here to support each other. And then the HEAT model. The HEAT model says that the things that push us off of our plan, the food triggers are habits, emotions, access, and taste. The habits that we formed, the times when we eat just because it's that time. We go to the movies and we eat popcorn. We sit down at home to hang out with our family and we begin eating even though we're not hungry. Right? Friends come over and what do? We feed them. Why? Because that's just what we do. It's a habit. Emotions, right? So the happiness, the sadness, the depression, the boredom, the fatigue, all of those things will push us to eat. And the important thing about emotions is that if you've made a decision, if the emotion comes strong enough, then you will forget that decision and you will do the thing that you said you weren't going to do. Right? So we'll talk a little bit about that at another time. More about that at another time. And then access, having things around you that you don't intend to eat, right? Just having them there, right? You walk by your coworker's desk and they've got some candy. You go by the pantry and you put your head in the pantry and you grab something. Why? Because it's there. Not because you're hungry. If it wasn't there, you wouldn't have eaten it. And then taste. We're never chasing food. We're always chasing what the food did for us. So taste, right? The perfect combination of sugar, of salt, and of fat. The manufacturers, when they make the food, that's what they're looking for, that bliss point. The place where you eat the food and you say, oh, I can't just have one, I got to have some more. So we eat. Those are the food triggers. That's the HEAT model. And then our call to action, is this. Number 1, join the challenges. Hey, come on, let's get to the challenges. And the challenges, we do a challenge every month. So remember that that's what we've been doing. Join the challenges. Don't just let these be something on the shelf. You can be a part of it. Find a show. Go back and look at the challenge. In January, we said, hey, figure out your why. Why are you doing the things you're doing? Why do you want to be healthy? Why are you interested in being here, right? Number 2, in February, it was to begin fasting. Work your way up to fasting 24 hours period for a 24-hour period, just like we were talking about today. In March, right, which of the triggers was yours? I'll tell you, mine is emotions, access, and taste. That's why I eat. Right? So I've got 3 of them. I got a triple threat. In the month of April, it was to create a meal that met these parameters. Not a lot of processing, decreased added sugars or no added sugars, starchy and non-starchy vegetables, healthy fats, lean protein, tasty, and that had the appropriate portion size. In the month of May, it was to find someone to mentor, somebody to teach, somebody to bring along with you in the new year, new you process. New year, new you. New year, new us. New year, new channel. New year, new you, right? Find someone and begin teaching them and bringing them along with you. And then for this month, our challenge is to make sure that you are getting your lab work checked. If you've not done that, if you've not been to the doctor, if you've not had them done, make sure you do that. Go back and watch our show that we did this past week that talked about labs that you should get done. Right? So that's our challenge. So join the challenges. Number 2, tell your story. So when you show up, right, tell your story. Let us know where you are, how you're doing, what's going on in your life as you're moving through the new year, new you process. And then invite someone to the show. Invite someone to the community. This goes back to the mentoring. Send them a link. There are over 1 billion people on the planet right now that are diabetic or pre-diabetic. You can be a voice of change. You can be a voice to improve your health, improve your family structure, improve the health of your family. A lot of people have families where multiple people have died from complications from diabetes, from heart disease, from strokes, and so on and so forth. Lots of morbidity. And you can be a place where you can say, hey, no, we are not going out like that. We are going to get healthy, and we're going to be better. Awesome. All right. Well, everybody, as I always say, I'm happy to be here with you. Always glad to spend some time to be able to hang out and say hello. So right now we are 71 hours, over 71 hours in terms of our fasting. Going to be 72 hours here in just 30 minutes. And I am actually this is an extended fast, so we're actually going beyond 72 hours. So we'll come back tomorrow and do another check-in. As always, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the show, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. We'll see you tomorrow at our check-in, and then we'll see you again on Friday, and then on Monday at 7 p.m. Central, right here on our show. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. Had the occasion? Have you ever had those things where somebody told you you couldn't do something? How did that make you feel? Have you ever had something that you knew that you could do, but everybody else around you said you couldn't do it? Did it make you mad? Have you ever been happy about something that happened? And despite the fact that people were telling you not to do something, you're like, man, I can do this. You know what made a lot of those things possible? That was right. It was your emotions. It's just like being up late at night and being tired. Remember that halt? Don't be too happy, too hungry, too angry, too lonely, too tired. And the very thing that you said, hey, I'm not going to do is the thing you did. And it happened because of emotions. A lot of what we do, a lot of how we interpret the world, a lot of our responses, a lot of our reaction has to do with the emotions that we're feeling at the time. And no other place does that come into play than in our health. That's right. The decisions that we make, the decisions we make to eat or not to eat, to exercise or not to exercise, to go to sleep or not to go to sleep, and on and on and on. All of those things are influenced by our emotional state. And tonight on the show, we're going to be talking about emotions. How do we harness emotions? How do we use those emotions to push us in the direction that we want to go in? If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology, y'all. And here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you, we're talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we reverse your diabetes? How do we get you off of some of those medications that you're on? And how do we improve a whole host of health-related issues that have to do with chronic disease? If you're new to me, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to give you a hand clap and some music. And welcome you to the neighborhood and welcome you to the channel and the community. If you have questions as we go throughout the night, go ahead and put those in the chat and we'll get to those as we get into our discussion tonight. And yeah. So welcome. We are in the month of March, y'all. This is our second show. Is it our second show? Yeah, for the month of March. And we're moving. We are on a mission, new year, new you. Right. So that's our theme as we go through the year and as we go through this evening. And I'm just happy to see some folks out there. I think I see. Yes. Steve says hello. Hey, Steve, welcome back. Glad that you're here. Teresa says, hi, Steve and Dr. Woode. Glad that you guys are here. And then Jeff. Hey, Jeff, what's going on, man? Glad that you're here. I did get your message, or I did see your comment on the video that we did yesterday. So I'll respond to that, here later this evening. And Teresa says, hi, Jeff and everyone else. Yeah. Glad that you guys are all here. Let's hop into our discussion for tonight. All right, let's just get right into it. The first thing I want to do is, of course, remind you of our model, our HEAT model. And the HEAT model is a model that explains to us those things that push us in the direction of food when we don't want to eat something. Remember what we're talking about. We're talking about putting diabetes in reversal, right? We're reversing diabetes. And when we're reversing diabetes, there are some tools that we've talked about. We've talked about the fasting, right? One of our major tools. We've talked about adjusting medications to come off of, medications to go on, right? We've talked about what do we do about our habits, and we did that last week. So these are all tools that we're putting in place to help us in the direction of reversing our diabetes. And our model gives us the components of the things that push us in the direction of foods that may interrupt, for instance, a fast, or foods that we may be craving for some reason. And last week we talked about habits. This week we're going to talk about emotions, because emotions is that second component of the things that push us in the direction of eating. And remember, we're talking about emotions, right? We're talking about emotions and what emotions, we'll discuss what they are and how they push us in the direction either for positive or for negative. And one of the big things that emotions will make us do, right, is reach for that sugar. Right? It makes us reach for that sugar. And it is compounded by all the things that we have access to, whether we're tired or depressed, whether we're angry, or even, y'all, sometimes when we are happy, those emotions will still push us in the direction of eating. Have you ever been? Well, let me talk about myself. So Thanksgiving, right? Thanksgiving, everybody's together, and we've had a great time. Everybody is enjoying hanging out together. You may have watched some football, basketball. You may have gone outside to play basketball. Let me say that, and you've just had a wonderful time. And everybody is kind of going back to their places. And you realize, man, this was so much fun. I got to connect with the family. No drama, right? There were no fights. We enjoyed it. And for some of us, the emotions that are stirred up within us, the emotions of joy and happiness, if we don't have a way of managing those, even those emotions can push us to do things and get involved in behaviors that are not necessarily beneficial. Yeah. So it's not just negative emotions that can cause this, but positive emotions as well will push us in that direction. And so being able to harness our there we go. being able to harness our emotions is a very important that we want I think there's some gremlins in my computer tonight. Randomly pushing buttons. So dealing with our emotions is something that we want to make sure that we are doing, right? So this is kind of our roadmap, a brief roadmap. So the HEAT model, remember the things that push us: habits, emotions, access, and taste, the things that push us in those directions. So what are the nature of emotions that we're going to be talking about? The role of emotions in decision making, emotional intelligence, which is going to be an important part of our discussion, because that's going to be the tool, y'all, that we're using. That's going to be what we're using in this particular aspect of our discussion. And then how do we go about developing emotional intelligence, right? How do we go about developing emotional intelligence? Very, very important component of what we want to talk about. So that's our roadmap. So what is emotional intelligence? So emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and in other people. So the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use. So that's what emotional intelligence is. So why is that important? And what connection does it have to what we're talking about? Everything that we do springs from our emotions. When we get up in the morning and we go to work because we are trying to provide for our family, it has to do with our response to the idea that we are responsible, that we are a responsible person. We're a responsible adult. I am the father. I'm the mom. I've got to take care of the children. I have a love for them. I have a desire to be kind. I have a desire to be patient. So we get up in the morning, even when we're tired, even when we may be sick. I'm sure there are times that you went to work that you didn't feel like going to work. Why did you do that? Because there was an emotional connection to whatever it is you were doing and to the reason you were doing it. Some of you have been out there and you have been saving for retirement. You and your family, your husband, your wife, your circle, guys have been saving for a particular thing. Maybe this is your first house. You just got married. Maybe you just got engaged. Maybe the kids just left home to go to college. Maybe you're an empty nester. So the things that we do, the savings that we've been working on, that house that we're saving for, that beach body that I'm working on, all of those things stem from emotions. And so if we can somehow harness emotions and help those emotions push us in a direction that stimulates us, that motivates us, that gives us power and energy, that the wind beneath our sails, if you will, then the things that we do in terms of our health become that much more doable. Why were you able to do those things that you did in the past? Stay in school to get the education. Work on the job and move your way up in the company. Wait for that person that you admired and that you were developing feelings for until he or she said yes. That baby that you couldn't have, that you guys tried and tried and tried, and finally, why did you do that? Because there was an emotional attachment to it. And so if we can get our desire for health attached to an emotion, then it can drive us in the direction of getting better health. And if we can somehow figure out why it is we are doing the things we're doing, for instance, eating, and we're talking diabetes in the show, eating the things we're eating, then we can harness that power for good. I had a lady that I was talking to today, right? And she said to me, we were talking about eating, right? And her blood sugars were elevated. And and they have fluctuated. And she said, hey, I struggle. My thing is that at nighttime, I have this craving, if you will, for sweets, for something sweet, for dessert. And I asked her why. She said, well, I don't know. I said, well, there's a reason. She said, well, I just have to stop eating. And I said, and I'm going to say this to all of you who are watching and listening to me right now. If you are fighting the fight to stop eating the thing you're trying to eat, you're fighting a losing battle. So if you are like, I'm going to white knuckle it and just not eat it, yeah, that's a losing battle. Because your brain, your body is going to make you eat it. Now, you may stop eating it for a week, a month, or 2 years, whatever, but at some point you're coming back to it. And when you come back to it, the floodgates are going to be open. Okay? Now, I guess let me pause here and say, there are, let me see how to say this. I don't think I've ever told someone to stop eating a particular thing. Like, I've never said you can't eat this food or you can't eat that food, right? And that's really not what we're talking about. We're not saying stop eating a particular thing. What we're saying is there are times when you want to not eat that thing, that your body and your emotions are forcing you to eat it. Okay, I notice the difference. Not that we're going to give up chocolate for the rest of our lives. No. But there are times in your life when you say, okay, I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on my blood sugar. I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on my weight. I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on whatever it is. And it almost seems like you're unable to make that decision and stick to it. And it has to do with the emotions. So if we can find out what the emotion is and deal with the emotion, then we now have control again. So I said to her, I said, so what do you think this is? And we talked a little bit, and she said, you know what it is? She said, I've had so many health issues, and I've gone through so much in my life that I tell myself I deserve it. And she said, when night comes and I'm fighting it, it's like there's this battle going on inside of me. I want it, but I don't want it. I know I'm gonna get it, but I'm sad. I'm upset that I'm getting it. I'm gonna eat it. I know it's eventually gonna happen, and I'm frustrated because there's that war going on. So for her, the candy, the whatever it is, the dessert, it was a reward. So she felt like she deserved that. And so that's what was pushing her. And so regardless of what the other people around her, like her husband and her children, everybody said, oh, you shouldn't eat that. You shouldn't eat that. And the more they said don't eat it, guess what? The more she's like, okay, I'm getting this. So emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and in other people. And there are 5 keys to emotional intelligence that we're going to go through. Number 1 is self-awareness, right? Because we said you got to recognize it. You got to recognize your emotions and the impact that those emotions are having on you. The first way to change something is to recognize it and then to begin understanding it. So self-awareness, you got to be aware. So when I talk to people in the office, I'll say to them, and I guess I'm assuming that this is a strange question because everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people get a little confused. I say to them, I said, what brought you to see me? And they say, well, my doctor sent me. I said, yeah, but why did you come? Well, my doctor wanted me to come. Okay, what did you and your doctor talk about that made them say, hey, you got to come to see Dr. Woode? Oh, my blood sugars were high. Right? So in your life, it is not the fact that you can't fast. It's what is interrupting the fast. It's not that you can't decide, I'm not going to eat chocolate for a month. It's what driving you to eat the chocolate when you've decided that you're not going to eat it. Right? So self-aware. You got to be self-aware. Number 2, you have to know how to regulate. Self-regulate. How do you manage your emotions appropriately? There's nothing wrong with having emotions. We'll talk about that in a minute. But how do you regulate it? Then what is the motivation? What is your motivation? Not the motivation. What are your motivations? So that you can harness those to motivate yourself to do whatever it is. In this case, we're motivated to get healthy, to reverse our diabetes, to get off of medication, to improve our metabolic syndrome, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, all the things that we talk about. What is the motivation? You got to harness those or harness the emotions so that we can do that. And then empathy, understanding the emotions of others and how they play into our lives. So empathy. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go with other people. And then social skills, managing relationships and inspiring others. Now, well, we'll talk about those. Right. So emotional intelligence. That's what we're talking about. Okay. So let's get to it. So cultivating self-awareness. So self-awareness is reflecting on your emotions, right? And these are ways to do that, right? So how do we cultivate those? So you reflect on your emotions on a regular basis. You take time to identify and analyze your feelings. Now, I'm gonna have to come up on the big screen for this one. Life is so fast that we sometimes don't have time to really figure out how we feel. It's kind of like my wife and I, we do a couple of trips a year. And I remember when we first started the practice, we'd be just grinding, right? My son was 2 years old. We take him to the office with us. We put him in a little playpen, or actually he was less than 2 years old. Put him in the playpen, and then as he got older, move him into bigger things, take him out, and he'd be running around the office, and we'd be at the office until late, y'all. I mean, till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. because we just started the practice. And we were going and going and going almost for several years. And then we went to a conference. And the leader of the conference asked the question. They said, well, how much time are you guys, and talking to everybody, how much time are you guys spending figuring out the direction of the practice and not just running the practice? Like, where do you want the practice to go? Where is the practice? How are you evaluating the practice? And we had to say to ourselves, man, we've been at this grind for so long, right? We were just excited to get the practice up and running. We haven't even stopped to think about, okay, where do we want to take it? We knew we wanted to start a practice. We knew we wanted to see patients. We knew we wanted to make a difference in the lives of our patients and our customers, right? But we hadn't been spending the time that it took to like figure out exactly what's going on. What are we doing? What's the direction? And sometimes in our lives, the same thing happens. We're so busy running. We're so busy living life that we don't take the time to stop and regularly identify what we're feeling. And so some ways to do that is by journaling, right? You can journal. Right? So reflect on your emotions. What are you feeling? That's why mindfulness, right? That's why mindfulness is so important, right? Mindfulness is so important. You want to engage in mindful exercises, and this helps to enhance your focus on the present moment. I read a book, and it was called The Power of Now. The Power of Now. And so the author was saying that often we spend so much time in the past, right? We stress over the past, so we're depressed because of the past. We spend so much time in the future, we're anxious about the future, but we don't spend a lot of time right here where we are. So these mindfulness practices heightens our awareness, and this can help us become more attentive and more attuned to our emotional states. So remember, before we can change anything, we have to know what it is. We have to identify it. And then ask some friends, ask your family, ask your friends, hey, what do you think about me? Get some insight from other people. This can reveal blind spots for us. Right? Ask trusted people and say, hey, how do you think I handle such and such? How do you think I handle stress? How do you think I handle this? How do you think I handle this other thing? Get their insight. So then okay, what do I have to work on? And why is this important? Why is it important, right? We talked about self-awareness. Being aware of who you are. Because when you now understand you understand what makes you tick. You understand why the smell of that whatever gets you upset. You understand? Should I say this? Yeah, I'm going to say it. I remember there's this thing, I shouldn't say a thing, there's this phrase that my mom used to say to my dad. Okay. And my dad would be excited and he'd go do whatever my mom, asked him to do. Right. Actually, she didn't even ask. She made a phrase, and it was like a cue, right? It was like almost like a reflex, and he got up and he went and did, and he was, and I always, I shouldn't say always, but I was like, man, why is he just like jump up and do it whenever she says that? Okay, and I asked him later on. He's like, because I know that was what made her happy. So if she said it, I'm going to do it, right? So as a kid. You're right. I was like, man, shoot, don't do that. And y'all, wouldn't you know it? And unbeknownst to me and unbeknownst to my wife, one day we were doing something and she says that phrase. She said that phrase, right? And she wasn't asking me to do anything. It just happened that the phrase came out in the same way. And immediately I was upset. Why? because it reminded me it reminded me of that thing back there, right? It had nothing to do with this. It had nothing to do with our present time, but my brain went back there. So I had to understand, and it took us a while to kind of figure out. I was like, why do I get upset? Right? So understanding that about myself really freed us up, right? So understanding who you are and how you react and how you behave is so important. Okay? So get an understanding of who you are and of yourself. All right. So that's cultivating mindfulness, cultivating cultivating self-awareness. Next, we want to enhance our self-regulation. Because being aware is great, but now what do we do? What do we do? How do we work? What do we do about this stuff? Okay? So we want to develop coping skills. Identify healthy ways to manage stress. A couple of weeks ago here on the show, we did a breathing exercise. Okay? So that's a way of dealing with stress. Count to 10. The book I was reading that I told you, The Power of Now, he said count leaves. So I remember sometimes I'd get upset and I'd just sit and I'd stare out the window and I would just count the leaves. Or if I'm driving down the road, right, the vibration. Or in the shower, right, try to count the water drops as they hit your body. These are all ways to become or to begin coping with those strategies. Physical exercise is one. If you go exercise, that can release hormones. That can help to de-stress. That can begin calming you down. So these are skills that we want to begin developing. We can't wait, by the way, for the situation to happen for us to then now start working on the skill. You have to, what? You have to begin practicing them now. So the deep breathing exercises, even back to the journaling, right? Don't wait till you're mad to start to journal. Go back and begin working, writing, right? Develop a plan. And we'll talk about that here in just a little while. Right? This helps prevent those negative emotions. And it helps when you do have the emotions. I shouldn't say it helps prevent the negative emotions. It helps stop the emotions from overwhelming you. Right? You may not be able to stop from getting angry. You may not be able to stop from being sad. You may not be able to stop from whatever the emotion is. But don't let the emotion overtake you. Because then once it overtakes you guys, and that's the kind of the key, right? Once you get to the edge of that cliff, at that point, not that you can't reverse it, but it's very hard at that point. When you've been battling that thought, that emotion all day, when you get home and you're by yourself or everybody's gone to bed, or you walk in and you have another disagreement with your family, guess what? Boom, you're over that cliff. Right? So not at that time. You got to begin developing those skills before time. Right? Next, you want to pause before you respond. Pause before you respond. This is kind of like, and this is for everything, right? They teach you when you, for instance, when you guys ask me a question, I pause, right? I read the question, I evaluate, okay, well, how am I going to answer that question? When I'm in the room with a patient and they ask a question, I pause. When I'm giving a talk, when I'm doing a presentation, I get questions, I pause. Pause before responding. And allow yourself to process that, right? Cultivate the habit of pausing and then considering what your response is going to be. Particularly if it's an emotionally charged situation, because sometimes we say things and we behave in ways that we would not just a couple of seconds later. It gives you time, the needed time to choose a more thoughtful, less reactive approach. Right? And then in terms of and then in terms of enhancing self-regulation, you want to make sure that you're setting clear goals. Have personal goals for your behavior. What are we going to do? What are my goals in this situation? This is going to help to guide your response. How did I respond in the past? And how do I want to respond this time? Now, you may say, well, I've done that before and I have set goals and I've said that that's not what I wanted to do, but I do it every time. But guess what? Each time you readdress, each time you reset, each time you say, okay, this is what I'm going to be. Okay, it enhances it. Your brain says, okay, this is what I want to do. And each time you got to pause. Right? So begin developing those coping skills. Pause before you respond and set clear goals. Yep. And then motivation. How do we boost our motivation? How do we boost our motivation? We want to reframe challenges. We want to celebrate wins, and we want to stay committed to personal growth. Reframe challenges, celebrate small wins, stay committed to personal growth. Those are the things that we want to do as we are trying to develop motivation. So how do we reframe? There's the story that I forgot where I heard it. I think it was maybe at our church. The pastor was telling a story. There's this man on a train, and I think train or airline, plane, and he's with his kids, and the kids are like keeping a lot of noise and yelling and crazy, right? So so there's somebody that's sitting across from them, and this person is getting mad. He's like, in their brain, he's like, why aren't he why isn't he taking care of those kids and keeping them quiet and right? So we see that, and we've done that before, right? We see somebody is like, man, I would do such and such, and the guy's just sitting there, right? And the kids are doing whatever, and he's not even paying them attention. And as they're getting off, they say to whoever, one of the conductors or flight attendants, this is the person who was upset. Say, oh man, I wish these people would just take care of their kids and not make all this noise. And so the flight attendant says to the person, yeah, you'll have to excuse him, but his wife, the kid's mother, just died. They're just coming back from the funeral. And immediately the thought pattern changed. The kids had still been disruptive. The guy, the man, the father was still sitting there, had still been sitting there the whole time. That hadn't changed. But what changed was the mindset now of the person who was viewing this. And so our goal is to reframe the things that we see. Reframe those emotional triggers, right? The anger, the sadness, right? Reframe the situation, right? So how did I deal with that situation where my dad used to say the thing and then, or my mom used to say the thing that my dad used to do, and then now I'm upset? Well, I had to say to myself, okay, that my wife saying it had nothing to do with me, and it had nothing to do with my parents. Because she had no idea about the conversation back then. So I had to change what I thought. The mindset that you have can help with motivation, even in the face of difficulties. Why am I doing the things I'm doing, right? So rather than, well, Dr. Woode said, well, I can't eat that, or I can't eat that candy, or I can't have that ice cream, you could say to yourself, well, I'm making a healthy choice for my life right now. It's kind of like the difference between, and people talk about this situation, someone comes up and they offer you a cigarette. And one person can say, hey, no, I'm trying to quit. And the other person says, no, I'm not a smoker. Now, the result is the same. Neither of them smoked that cigarette. but one is trying to become a non-smoker, and one has already said, hey, I don't smoke. So reframing our thoughts and reframing the words that we speak. And then celebrate small wins. Celebrate small wins. Recognize and celebrate your achievements, no matter how small. It's kind of like we were talking about, was it last week, I believe, that someone sent me a message and said that they had failed because they had not been able to make the 72-hour fast that week. And the question was, well, how long did you fast? And they said 66 hours. For me, 66 hours, that's a win, right? So celebrate those small wins. This practice can boost your morale and your motivation, because emotions, and we've been talking about food, but emotions drive us wherever we are, right? And then in terms of boosting our motivation, we want to stay committed to personal growth. Stay committed to personal growth. Keep your broader goals for personal development in mind. What are we doing? It's not just that we're fasting. It's not that just you're coming on the show. It's not just that we're learning these little things. We are learning this for a bigger reason. A commitment to continuously improving can be a powerful motivator. And then develop empathy. Develop empathy. Practice active listening. Put yourself in other people's shoes and expand your perspective. Practice active listening. When people are talking to you, you got to listen. Be fully focused. Show genuine interest. Begin hearing them. Sometimes we get caught up in our own emotions because we're in our emotions. But when we extend ourselves to other people, when we begin listening to them, we find out that, yeah, when I step out of myself, this can help me better understand their emotions and their perspective. And it actually relieves me, because if I'm in my head all the time about a particular thing, that's not a good place to be. That's not a good neighborhood. Put myself in their shoe. Attempt to see the situation from their standpoint. I heard somebody say before one time that when we're having an argument, you should not be the one talking, because you already know what your point of view is. You should be listening to hear what the other person's point of view is. What is their perspective? Look at it from their standpoint. And then begin engaging, right? Begin engaging in, or expand your perspective. Sometimes we are pigeonholed into a particular way of thinking, a way of thought, but expand. That's why I love this space. That's why I love what I do, because I get to learn. I get to hear you guys. I get to talk to you. And then improve our social skills. Improve our social skills. What does that mean? Work on your communication. Learn how to learn conflict resolution, and build and maintain relationships. Remember what we say here in our show? We say that we educate, we empower, and we encourage. In order for us to be able to do those effectively, we've got to be able to have good communication, so that when I say something, then people understand what I'm saying. I can put it into perspective. I can put it in a way that they understand. And here's something that I resisted for a long time. I resisted this idea for a long time. It is my responsibility, y'all. It's my responsibility to say things in a way that people understand. Sometimes they say, well, I said it the way I'm going to say it, and he just needs to understand, or she just needs to get it. No, it is the person who's speaking. It's my responsibility to communicate in a way that you understand. So if I have to tell stories so you get it, guess what? That's what I do. If I have to draw, if I have to, whatever, it's my responsibility. So we've got to work on our own communication styles and our own communication skills. Learn how to conflict resolute or develop conflict resolution. Being able to have those skills where you can solve conflicts. All of these things are all the things that we're talking about. This is what leads to those emotions that we can't manage. And those emotions are the things that drive us in our HEAT model. And then build and maintain relationship. That's why this space right here is so amazing to me. because we get to build, we get to talk, we get to see each other, and we get to do the things that we want to do, or we get to do the things that we need to do, I guess I should say, to be healthy. Strong social networks and feedback, they provide a support, they provide feedback, they provide opportunities for practicing emotional intelligence. So that is one of the tools that we're using, y'all, emotional intelligence. So how do you use your emotions to reverse diabetes, to get your health, to control your appetite? First, we got to understand them. Right? We've got to understand them. We have to know that they're there. We have to acknowledge them. Then we've got to begin working on our emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and our social skills. When we do that, then we are able to understand. Remember let me go back to that. There's that. Let me go back to that slide that talks about what. Let's see where it is. That talks about the definition of emotional intelligence. Okay, here it is. One more. Come on. Yeah. So emotional intelligence, right? The ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and others. And if we can do that, right, in that heat model, last week we talked about habits. How do we harness habits? This week we're talking about how we harness those emotions. And emotional intelligence, developing emotional intelligence. That's the tool that we're learning tonight. So we've been spending a lot of time talking about fasting, this amazing tool that we've been using to reverse our diabetes. But what do you do on the days when you're not fasting? That's a question that I get asked all the time. And so today we're going to spend some time talking about the different diets that you can have and really what do you do on a non-fasting day. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to get off of diabetes medications, who want to improve their metabolic health, who wants to reverse their diabetes. And we've been using some amazing tools, and one of them is this tool of fasting. If you've been following me, you know we've been doing over the last several months, actually since December, we've been doing a 72-hour fast once a week. And in fact, the last 2 to 3 weeks, 3 weeks actually, I have done a 96 plus fast. And it's been doing amazing things in my life personally and also in the lives of our viewers. And we're going to spend some time tonight talking a little bit about that. So welcome. If you're new as well, go ahead and put new in the comments because I would love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And just let you know that we are excited that you are here in the community. Also, if you have questions, go ahead and put those in the chat, in the comments, because we'd love to answer those for you as we get into the show tonight. I do see Steve. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Steve is out there. He's saying hello. Glad that you are here hanging out with us. I think Steve is probably on YouTube. And then I do see some folks over on Instagram. And whatever platform you're on right now, if you don't see a friend of yours or somebody you invited, go ahead and send them the link and let them know that we are live and we are excited. So as we do, you know how we do here on the show, I have my meters that are off to the side that we're going to take a look at here in just a little bit. And also I have my report that you'll see there on the side. That is my Dexcom Clarity report that we'll take a look at here in just a minute. But before that, let's go ahead and let's do our check-in. Now, as you know, I did a 92-hour fast this week, right? Normally we do a 72-hour. And this week we did a 92-hour. We ended it last night right at around midnight-ish. And at 11:30 or so. 1 o'clock would have been 96 hours. And many of you have asked why was I doing a longer fast? And I explained that in one of our shows before. But essentially, it was a way to push my metabolism even further than we were doing at the time. And there are some physical, biological, metabolic things that I wanted to accomplish. And so we pushed that fast even further. If you remember what we discussed a couple of nights ago as we did our check-in, we talked about whether a shorter fast or a longer fast would be beneficial. Go back and make sure that you watch those shows and you will be able to pick up on some of those. All right, so in terms of where we are in our check-in. So because I'm not fasting, right, I'm going to talk about what was going on in the fast, and then of course what I'm feeling today as I have moved beyond the fast. So I broke the fast last night right around 11:30. Essentially it was midnight. Well, let's see, I left here. Probably I broke the fast earlier. And so going into the night we ate a salad, if you remember. That's what I ate as we went into the night. And then today I've been eating, and we'll talk a little bit about my my eating pattern. But physically I'm feeling good, feeling energetic, feeling light, not strong, not lightheaded, not dizzy. As I came out of the fast last night, I did feel a little full because if you remember, I had a salad, and salad is just a bulky food, right? And so I did feel a little fuller than I normally would have in terms of eating, but that was because I hadn't eaten for 90-something hours, and all of a sudden there was this salad that was coming in. Mentally, feeling clear. I'm not feeling foggy, not feeling lightheaded, not feeling dizzy. In fact, I slept in this morning. my son and I were home, and so we didn't actually leave the house until probably around 11:30 today. We didn't sleep till 11:30, but I got some good rest today. Remember, that's always important, whether we're fasting or not. And then emotionally, actually feeling pretty good. Got a chance today to just kind of relax and do some things that I needed to do. Didn't have to go to work. Didn't have any major meetings today, and just kind of has been kind of one of those days where I just get to hang out. My son and I, sat and we talked for a little while. Then I dropped him off, and so getting ready here in just a little while to go back. We have a program that's going on at our church, and so we're helping to produce that. So it's been an exciting day for me. So all of those things, all of those parameters, physically, mentally, emotionally, feeling good, and of course I'm eating, right? So not that not eating is a bad thing, but it's been something that my son and I got the chance to do today together, right? So there's always that component of socialization that we sometimes miss. And of course, that's one of those triggers, right? Remember the HEAT model: habits, emotions, access, and taste. Those habits that we have, that a lot of times will revolve around family and around food and around the socialization that we do. All right. So then let's go ahead and let's take a look at my and if you guys hear a buzzing, go ahead and say buzz in the comments. If not, if you do hear it, I'll go ahead and change my mic, because right now I do hear some, but I don't know if it's coming across to you guys. All right, so I do want to take a look at my blood sugars, and you'll see there on the screen, that is what my my Libre is saying right now, that my blood sugar is 119. And normally, if you know, my blood sugars run in the lower 100s, 90s, 80s. On fasting days, of course, it'll go all the way down to 50s, I think was the lowest. No, we saw 40. We saw 40 on one occasion, 42 maybe. But usually it's running a little lower than that. And so that's my Libre that you do see on the screen. And let's see if I could pull my Dexcom up. And the Dexcom is saying 141. One of the things to note, and I think I've pointed this out before, that the Libre tends to pick up numbers that are lower than, or not just pick up numbers, but the Libre tends to read lower than the Dexcom. And so, as in this case, you see the Dexcom says I'm 119 and the Libre says I'm 141. So that's what, 22 point difference between the two of them. Okay. And we had this conversation yesterday with someone in the office about differences between the different meters. So now let's go ahead and let's take a look and see what my monitors are showing, right? So I've got the continuous monitors on. These are finger sticks that I'm going to do, the Contour, and of course the Keto Mojo, which gives me not just a blood sugar, but also gives me ketones. So it will be interesting here in just a little while to see what my ketones actually are since I've been eating, right? So we've been eating for let's see, 12, maybe 18 hours since we broke the fast. All right, so that's my Keto Mojo that I'm getting ready to put this test strip in. And of course, here is my Lancet. And let's see if I can do a good job of getting a good drop of blood. The last couple of days, I've not done a good job, but here we are. So I think, okay, we'll see. As I said, sometimes when you use the same fingers, they get a little tough. Okay, so that one will give me one drop, I think. Yeah, just enough for that. So I'll have to get another drop. So 137, that's what the Keto Mojo says. And let's go ahead and get for the Contour. All right, and while that's running, I go ahead and change the strip for the Keto Mojo so that we can tell what my ketones are going to be. So the Keto Contour says 139, and of course we're going to hop over so you don't see quite yet what the ketones are. So if you know what if you think you know what the ketones are going to be, go ahead and pop those in the comments in the chat, and then we'll come back to that here in just a little while. All right, so let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit about blood sugars and what do we do in that post-fasting stage. And what I want to do tonight in terms of that discussion is to have a conversation about the various meal types or diet types that are out there. Okay, so that's what I want to talk about. We're going to talk about the various diets that are available. Let's see, where did I put that? Here we go. Okay, and let's back up for a minute. And so, if you know anything about diets, you know that there are lots of them, right? So there are Mediterranean, paleo, keto, intermittent fasting, low carb, all of the diets that are out there. And so one of the questions I get asked is, what kind of diet should I be on in the days when I'm not fasting? Because during fasting, of course, it doesn't really matter because you're not putting anything in. Okay. Now, one of the points that I want to make is in any diet that you're eating, most of the diets work because they are all calorie restricted diets. Okay? So that's really the reason they work. So even when you are doing something like a paleo diet where you're switching from mostly carbs to mostly meats, then you are actually cutting back on the calories, because often when you're eating meat, they're not as rich in calories as perhaps the carbohydrates that you eat. So it's all a calorie restricted diet. All diets, every single diet all diets work if they fit into your lifestyle. All diets work if they fit into your lifestyle. For example, the diet that we are using works because, or if it fits into your lifestyle. If fasting does not fit into your lifestyle, guess what? It won't work. That's right, I said it. And so the key is really not what magic diet you're using, but how does it fit? How well does it fit with what you normally do? I've given the example, and let's take intermittent fasting, and let's pick on that for a minute. Intermittent fasting, this idea of a period of time when you're fasting followed by a period when you're eating, right? So that's a shorter version of the extended fast that we've been doing. And the reason intermittent fasting doesn't work for a lot of people is because it doesn't fit into their family schedule. So if your family eats at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and you've set up a schedule where you stop eating at, noon, then there are those 5 hours that you're not eating. And then when the family's eating, if you are feeling like an outcast, if you're feeling lonely, then you're going to tend to not do well with the intermittent fasting, because it's not because intermittent fasting doesn't work, but you've set up a schedule that doesn't fit with the family. And so perhaps changing your schedule so that you end the fast, or you begin fasting maybe an hour after the family eats, say 6 o'clock or 6:30. Now all of a sudden you can enjoy the time with the family, and then you start the fast later, and it doesn't really interrupt those social interactions. Because this falls into the HEAT model. Remember we talked about habits, emotions, access, and taste? Well, habits and emotions, those two things. Let's talk about habits first. There are cues that we have, and the cues push us to eat. There are social cues, there are time cues, there are event cues. Those all have to do with habits. So if you see the family sitting down and in your mind it triggers you, then you're going to tend to break the fast, or you're going to tend to not do well in the fast because those cues have triggered you. Emotions. One of the strongest emotions that we have is the emotion, that desire for connection. So when we're lonely, when we feel like we're outsiders, then we don't do well. So we would much rather break a fast or not do intermittent fasting so that we can connect with the family. That's how the brain works. That's how our emotions work. So setting up a system where you're doing well, where you have built it into the structure of your family is where you want to be. Okay? All right. I hope that makes sense, because that is so important for all of the diets that we have, and the reason why often diets don't work. Okay? All right. So that was one point I want to make. The other point I want to make is I don't want you to think of the diets in the sense of the dietary framework that we all use. What does that mean? I want this to be a lifestyle change that you are making. When we say diet, we tend to think, okay, there's this thing that I'm going to do for a short period. I'm going to get all of these great results, supposedly, and then I'm going to go back to what I was doing before. That's not the idea. The idea is that we are trying to do things that we can do for the rest of our lives. Trying to do things that we can do for the rest of our lives. For example, let's go back to the tool that we've been using, fasting. Okay? I don't want fasting to be just this thing that you do today, tomorrow, and the next week. I want you to begin building fasting into your life. That's why I have encouraged you, if you've been following us, one of our challenges, right? A challenge I think was in February, was to begin incorporating a 24-hour fast into your week. So once a week, fasting for 24 hours. And then if you need to intensify that, you can do that by extending the fast like I've done into 36-hour, 48-hour, whatever number of hours you need to get the additional benefit that you want in terms of your health. Same way with all the diets that we are talking about tonight, and we're going to just briefly go through them. We did do a show on all the diets. Go back and watch that on the channel. But all the diets are tools. So you can actually stick your hand into the tool bag and grab any of the diets out to use it for a particular time. Because it's a tool. And when we're done with that tool, we put it back in. So if you're fasting, for example, you've been doing 48-hour fast, 72-hour fast, whatever the number of hours, and next week you decide, you say, you know what? So we're going on vacation, we're going wherever. So I don't want to do a fast, but I do want to be mindful of what I'm eating. So I'm going to select a different type of tool to use while I'm away. So I'm going to use, for example, a low carb tool. And so when you go on your trip, you do a low carb diet. Or I'm going to do, instead of doing an extended fast like I normally do, I'm going to pick out the intermittent fasting tool. And instead of fasting for 24 or 36 hours, I'm going to begin fasting for 12 hours. Because we're going to be on a cruise. We're going to be on vacation. You see what I've just done? I've taken a tool, any one of the tools, I stuck my hand in the tool bag, I pulled out a tool so that I can use that for the time. And when I come back from my trip, then I can get back on my extended fasting tool. But often we think it has to be all or none. Or if I can't fast, then I'm not going to do anything at all. Well, no, that's not the idea. The idea is to adjust the tools that you're using for the occasion and for the situation where you find yourself. Okay? All right. So with that said, with that backdrop, let's go ahead and let's hop over and let's talk about some of these. So the ketogenic diet. So the ketogenic diet is good. It significantly reduces the carbohydrates that you're eating, right? It replaces it with fat. By virtue of, or fat and protein actually. So by virtue of the fact that you're trying to be ketogenic, right? You're trying to minimize the number of carbohydrates that you're putting in. You're trying to send your body into ketosis. And ketosis is that process where the body's breaking down fat to create ketones so that we can use that for energy. And when we do that, we begin burning the calories in terms of carbohydrates that are in the body. So the ketogenic diet, we're putting ourselves in ketosis. The ultimate, however, or not however, the ultimate form of ketogenic diet is fasting, because when we fast, we are not putting anything in, so we're forcing the body to be in ketosis for a long period of time. Okay? So ketogenic diet. So what are the what do we do? What do we do? And there are lots of different ways that people talk about about ketogenic diet. And so about 70 to 80% of your diet will be fat, 20 to 25% will be protein, and then 5 to 10% will be carbohydrates. Notice the low amount of carbohydrates that we've put in. Okay, so it's not a whole lot of carbohydrates that we're using in the ketogenic diet, and we're doing that specifically because we want our body to begin working in ketosis, and in ketosis we get all of those benefits that we've been talking about when we talk about the about fasting, actually. All right, so the next diet I want to talk about is the Mediterranean diet. And the Mediterranean diet, this is inspired by the traditional foods of countries bordering the Mediterranean Sea. And it emphasizes whole foods, healthy fats, and seafood. Whole foods, healthy fats, and seafood. So when we talk about the Mediterranean diet, I want you also to think about what we've been doing here in terms of reversing diabetes here on the channel. Right? New year, new you. One of the things that I have stressed is this idea of whole foods, because when we don't do whole foods, we tend to eat a lot more things that are a little bit more unhealthy for us. And I'm going to make a change here give me just a second. Because I am hearing a buzzing. I don't think you guys have told me that you're hearing a buzzing, but I do hear it, and so I don't want that to interrupt what is going on in terms of our conversation. So I'm just going to click over to a mic that I think I know does not give any buzzing. All right, so the Mediterranean diet, right? So the primary source of food are proteins, seafood, and healthy fats. Those are the sources. And because, once again, we are doing whole foods and we're not emphasizing carbohydrates, guess what? Right? We get better results. Because look at the benefit of the ketogenic and the Mediterranean. Notice, because they are both low in carbohydrates, we don't get the spike in our blood sugar. As a result of not having a spike in our blood sugar, our insulin goes down. That's pillar number one of what we're doing, New Year, New You. We're already decreasing the amount of carbohydrates that we've put in, pillar number two. And because we're decreasing the carbohydrates and we're decreasing the insulin, our appetite is not stimulated, and so we've suppressed the appetite, and that's pillar number three. Those are the pillars that we've been talking about in terms of reversing our diabetes. So there they are, right as you hear them in both of those diets, both the ketogenic diet and the Mediterranean diet. Okay, so health benefits. We won't go through all of those, but we talk about that before. And then the next diet is, of course, the low carb diet. And the low carb diet, guess what? The low carb diet can undergird any one of the other diets that we've just talked about. Fasting, right? Or the ultimate low carb fasting. The ultimate ketogenic, low carb. The ultimate Mediterranean. There it is. Why is the low carb diet so important in terms of diabetes and diabetes remission? Because that is one of the pillars. We've automatically decreased the number of carbohydrates that we're taking in. Remember, low insulin, suppress appetite, get rid of carbs, get rid of sugar. That's it. And so having a low carb diet does that for us automatically. And because of the low carb diet, we get all of other benefits that we've talked about in terms of when we talk about reversing our diabetes. The next diet that we want to talk about is the paleo diet. The paleo diet. And, and all of these diets, guys, once again, you can go back to the channel. We did a show where we kind of go through all of these in more depth. But the paleo diet is based on the types of foods that that people presume were eaten by early humans. The diet emphasizes whole foods and avoids processed ones. So whole foods. And whole foods, this is stuff that you grow, right? And of course, meats and so forth. And what do you notice about the paleo diet? The paleo diet is also a lower carb diet. And in fact, it is using a lot of non-starchy vegetables. If you remember back in April, March, April, this is May, sorry, April. So in April, our challenge here on the channel was to create a diet that was low in processed foods, no added sugar, that had healthy fats and lean protein, that had appropriate portion sizes, that used non-starchy and starchy vegetables, and that was tasty. Whole foods, right? You notice the theme. So whole foods, low carbs. Boom, there you are. And those are some of the foods that are beneficial, or some of the diets that are beneficial. So so paleo. And once again, all of these, the benefit of them is that they're calorie restricted. They are cutting back on total calories, and they are actually cutting back on carbs. And then, of course, the next diet that I want to talk about, and we spent some time on this already, is intermittent fasting. Right? In this discussion today, we're not going to talk about extended fasting because we've talked about that, but extended fasting simply is an extension of intermittent fasting. And so intermittent fasting is a time when you have decided that you are going to abstain from eating. So the most common is the 16-8. So people fast for 16 hours, they eat for 8 hours in an 8-hour window. Okay. There's also time restricted eating, and of course the extended fasting like we've been doing here. So any of these diets, any of these tools, right? So I'm going to start calling them tools. Any of these tools that you have, you can use to eat on those non-fasting days. So on those non-fasting days, you can use any of these. And in fact, I have people out there who are doing a fast, a 23-hour fast every day. People have asked me, hey, Dr. Woode, so what is the end game? Right? They said to me, what is the end game? So what are we going to be doing? What are we going to be doing long term? And what we're doing long term is we are setting ourselves up to begin to incorporate whatever the tools are that we want to use that are beneficial for our health. So intermittent fasting, right? Some of you, that's where you are. Some people are doing a 24-hour fast, a 36-hour fast, a 48-hour fast. A couple of weeks ago, one of our community members did a 96-hour fast with me. Right? Last week, I think I did a 101-hour fast. And once again, people are saying, okay, first of all, why are you fasting, right? I had someone come to me recently to say, hey, are you sick? And so everybody knows I'm not sick, because they said, you've lost a significant amount of weight. And the benefit of managing, the benefit of working to reverse our diabetes are all the metabolic changes that you see. And if you've been following us, you see those already in yourself. The number of people that have said, hey, I am right now off of medication. I've decreased my insulin. I've lost weight. I've seen weight numbers that I've not seen for 20, 30 years. In fact, I personally have seen numbers that I haven't seen for 30 years in terms of my weight. So on those non-fasting days, what do? We implement the tool that works best for us. So when you come off of the fast, then that next day and the day after and the day after, until you get to your fasting again, you can implement any of the meal plans, any of the tools, any of the diets that we've just talked about. But the key to all of the non-fasting day eating is that you are remaining mindful of the fact that the food has a tremendous impact on your health. And even as you're eating on those days, the 3 pillars are still there: decreasing insulin, suppressing the appetite, and getting rid of sugar. right? So that's the goal. That's the goal for all of that. All right. So let's hop over and let's take a look at my monitor or my report from my Dexcom, because I want you to see what is going on those non-fasting days. And as we move over to that, I want you to, if you've not already done so, go back and look at our show that we did on this past Monday on lab work, laboratory values, labs that you should be looking at and you and your doctor should be discussing as we're working on your diabetes. You saw me pulling up here just a minute ago. This is our website. And on the website, for those of you who do blogs and for those of you who do podcasts, on the website is a list of the blogs that we do on a weekly basis. One of the ones that was concerning to me, and so I did a blog on it, was this one here. Why does my weight fluctuate? Why does my weight increase so much after I fast? In those days following fasting. And that's one of the reasons that people are asking this question about what do we eat on the non-fasting days? Because if you're not careful, you get on that scale, for example, with your weight, and you see those numbers climbing. Because on the post-fast days, we're not being mindful of the things that we eat. Or we are noticing that our blood sugars are climbing significantly. And the question is, why is it climbing so significantly? And sometimes it's because we're not being mindful of the things that we're eating on the non-fasting day. Okay? So be sure that you are paying attention to the fasting and the non-fasting days. All right. And so now let's hop over and let's take a look at my report, and you'll see there on the screen that according to the Dexcom, my average blood sugar over the last 14 days has been 97. So 97 is the blood sugar over the last 14 days. If I change that to 90 days, this would be 110 or something like that. Okay, well, look at that, 104. 104 is the average over the last 90 days. And I am in target, which is 70 to 180. I'm in target 90% of the time with an estimated A1C of 5.8. 5.8. And you'll recall on our show that we did on Monday that my A1C, see if I can pull that up quickly. My A1C was actually 5.8. You see that there in the middle of the screen, and that's what the meter, that's what the report is estimating that my A1C would have been, and so that's exactly what we saw. If we look at the daily graphs, that's come up in just a minute. If we look at the daily graph, and so I ended my fast last night. Right in here. Okay. And you see, as I start, that was Thursday, yeah. So as I started eating, right, over the course of the next several hours coming into the morning, right, so the blood sugar rose, got up to about 150. I think the highest it got up to was like 170. And today's Fridays, right? So this is what my blood sugar has been running for today in the 120s, 140s. Right here, yeah, that's the highest that it got. And I think that was, so yesterday we got some Chipotle for my son, and there were some chips, those Chipotle chips. And so I had a couple of those this morning, right as we were getting ready to leave the house. And so that got up to 174, and look at that, right? So 170, 150s. And right now it's about 146 according to the Dexcom. You'll see on the screen that according to the Libre right now I'm 120, and if I go to the Dexcom, 145, right? 120, 145. And then we're going to take a look at my weight, because my weight did change, and I want you to see that as well. And this is a day post-fast, right? So we stopped fasting last night, actually not even the whole day. So stopped fasting last night, started eating a salad. Actually, I did a lot of peanut butter, by the way. So that's my new go-to. So I don't eat a lot of the cashews and so, but I have the peanut butter. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute. But I do want us to go ahead and take a look at what my ketones are. So let me go ahead and turn that Keto Mojo meter on. And let's go ahead and get my, there we go, get my Keto Mojo app. And it should come up, and it's going to go ahead and sync this here in just a minute. And it'll pull over my blood sugar, which I think was 150 something. Is that right? 137. And my ketones are at 0.5. Right? Remember last night when I did my fast, they were up in the 4 point something. And let's review ketones here for just a minute. So ketones that are less than 0.5 are considered normal. 0.5 to 1.5 are considered nutritional ketosis. And then above 1.5 is considered therapeutic ketosis. So as I've eaten, and let's take a look at the actual graph. As I've eaten over the last 18 hours, the turquoise line is ketone, that's the ketones, and then the tan line, that's the blood sugar. So as I've eaten, so notice the ketones dropped precipitously, so like pretty rapidly, and then the blood sugars went up. So as the blood sugars go up, insulin comes out, ketones have to go away. So that's the that's the way of the world. Okay, they cannot be in the same space for long. And so you see the ketones went down because as the blood sugars went up, the insulin comes out and insulin gets rid of ketones. Okay. And so over the next few days, we'll see what that is. But I do want to also take a look at my weight. And let's go ahead and let's grab my Fit Index. And while I do that, let me do one thing before that, because I want to go back and grab what my weight was. Let's see. Okay, here it is. So this was my weight yesterday at 10:45, right? At 10:45, it was 177.4. And then this morning, 179. So from 177.4, 177, 78, 79. So that's 1.6 pounds, right, over the course of that time. And remember, when we do that post-fast weigh, what we're doing is we're picking up water. So the body has to replenish our glycogen, and it stores a pound, right, for every gram. So let me say that again. For every gram of water that our body stores, or every gram of carbohydrate that body stores, it has to store 1 gram of water. So if you pick up 3 grams of weight in terms of food that you ate, if you pick up 1 gram of food, then that's 3 grams of water, so a total of 4. So sometimes people will see that weight go up and they're a little confused. Go back and watch go back and read the blog that we did on the channel that I just showed you on our website. Why does my weight increase so much after I fast? I think you're going to really like that one. Awesome. All right. So we got our ketones. We've talked about blood sugars. We talked about things that you can do. So if you're out there and you have, let me back up. Put in the comments, put in the chat, what you do on your non-fasting days. Do you do intermittent fasting? Put IF. If you do paleo, put a P. If you do Mediterranean, put an M. Low carb, put an L, right? So whatever you do, go ahead and put the initial of whatever the diet is. Because there are a lot of different things that people do, and the thing is to do what works best for you. Okay, what works best for you. All right, love that. While you're doing that, let's go ahead and let's talk about this new initiative that I have been talking to you about, and that is the unlimited idea. Unlimited. So when I was doing math, so I was a math major when I was in college. One of the concepts that I love was the concept of infinity, right? Infinity, ultimate. So infinity, the largest number, the largest amount, the largest quantity that you can have. If you are a Marvel fan, right? You know this Marvel superheroes. And recently, or several years ago, when they had the conflict, right, with around the world, one of it surrounded the Infinity Stones, and the Infinity Stones provided unlimited power. Unlimited power. Recently, I was watching a video on math, right? So, and my son thinks I'm crazy because I watch math videos because I love the mental gymnastics that it gives. And one of the things that they were doing was they were dividing the number 1 by infinity. And so if you're dividing the number 1 by infinity, infinity is this absorbent number. There's this huge unlimited number. So the whole concept of the value was 0, right? Because if you divide 1 by a million, a billion, a trillion, gazillion, then that number gets infinitely smaller. That's the power of infinity. And the word that I think of when I think of infinity is the word unlimited. I think of the word unlimited. And unlimited means that there is no cap. There is no end. You have within your grasp unlimited ability to improve your health. You have unlimited ability to learn. You have unlimited ability to reverse your diabetes. You have unlimited ability to improve your health. You've tried a lot of things in the past. There may be people in your life right now who are telling you that you can't do health-wise the things that you want to do. You can't reverse your diabetes. You can't lose weight. You can't improve your blood pressure. You can't improve your cholesterol. I want to convince you that your ability is beyond what you can imagine. It's beyond what you can even possibly believe right now because you have unlimited ability, unlimited potential. How do we maximize? How do we mobilize? How do we access this potential? And that's what we're talking about. Educating, empowering, and encouraging. But I want you to begin thinking in unlimited terms. I want you to begin thinking that what I did in the past that did not work does not mean anything for today or what I will do in the future. Unlimited potential, unlimited ability, unlimited infinity, y'all. Can you imagine? To have that power, that grasp in your, that power, the ability to grasp that power in your hands. Let's not waste it. You can harness it. And we do that here together. And that is the premise for our channel, that we educate, empower, and encourage. We educate with the shows that we do, the podcast, the blog. All of that is with the idea of changing your concept, reframing your thought process. Because in order to make change, we've got to view things, see things in a different way. We've got to go beyond what we can see right now and understand that the potential is unlimited. We may not understand how it's going to happen, but we have the ability to get that information. That's what the education does. Empowerment. We empower by providing tools. All the things that we're teaching, all the tools, the HEAT model, which we'll talk about here in just a minute, the ability to create a 7-day menu, which we worked on, emotional intelligence, the ability to sit and assess where you are so that you don't have those triggers that are pushing you in a direction that you don't want to go, the ability to have a conversation with your physician or think about your medications. Which one should I be on? Which one should I not be on? All of those are tools. And they help us to implement the education that we are learning. And then, of course, our community gives us encouragement. The encouragement that we get from the community is the fire, that is the support that allows us to stand on the things that we're learning and we can soar. So having a group, having a community, having a space where you can come and you can talk, where there's no judgment, but there is just the ability to share, to access the unlimited ability of the people that are around you. We educate, we empower, and we encourage. The things that will push us off track are given by the heat model. Habits, emotions, access, and taste. These are the triggers for food. And food is one of the biggest triggers that derail us from our path to health. So the habits that we formed, the schedules that we have, the social cues that are around us, where we go and we sit, we watch a movie and we eat popcorn just because that's what we do when we watch movies. We're not hungry. Or it's Tuesday night, we get together with friends, and what we're going to do, we're going to eat, even though I'm not hungry. The habits that we formed, the emotions. I'm going to tell you, if you've made a decision that there's something you're not going to eat, as strong as that determination is, if you have an emotion that gets high enough, that emotion will push through your decision. I talked to someone yesterday to let them know that it's not a moral failing. It's kind of like roller coasters. And we get on roller coasters, and the idea behind a roller coaster is to provide that thrill, right? Now imagine being on the roller coaster and you're going up, 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 and you get to the top of that part of the roller coaster, the highest point, that pinnacle. When you're up there, guess what? That car is coming down. You can scream, you can shout, you can flail, you can pray all you want, but guess what? The roller coaster, it is coming down. The car is coming down because there's nowhere else for it to go but down. And so those are emotions. When our emotions get so high, it doesn't matter at that point what you do. It's coming down and it's pushing through everything that we've decided. And so the key is not to get mad on the other side of the downward spiral. The key is to figure out, how do I manage on this side so that I never get to the pinnacle, or I put things in place that help me deal with that? Because if not, anger, depression, anxiety, worry, fatigue, boredom, all of those emotions will push through our decisions. So they derail us. And then access. When things are around, we're going to eat them. Yep. It is what it is. When they're around, we're going to eat them. Particularly if we have the social cues from the habits, or we have the emotions that have just pushed through our decision. So there are some things I cannot bring. That's why I was telling you I had some peanut butter, right? Because I cannot bring cashews and almonds near me now. I know that because my blood sugars, I'll eat so much that blood sugars will get up to 170, 180, even 200 sometimes. So I limit my access to those. That's deliberate. People say, oh, you're putting yourself in a cage. No, I know myself. And I have the ability, I can eat some when I go out. When I go somewhere, if somebody has a small bag, I'll have some, but I'm not bringing them in here. As a matter of fact, I went and I decided I wasn't going to get cashews. I wasn't going to get almonds because those are my favorite. I was going to get peanuts. And so I went to the grocery store, and they have over at Publix, buy one, get one free. Yeah, I know. And I bought both of them. And I came home, and on the drive home, and these were the big cans, not the little tiny ones. These were big cans. By the time I got home, probably a third, if not a half of the can was gone. And so I just took them. I gave them to my wife. I said, hey, take these. So she hid them somewhere. I don't know where they are. So access. And then taste. Now taste, we are never chasing food. Let me say that. It doesn't matter how much you think you love that food, how much you think, oh, that's the thing for me, how much you think, it's not the food that you're chasing. It's what the food does for you. Remember the perfect combination of fat, carbs, and salt. And that combination of foods remind us of something. They take us to a different place. Oh, that's how my mama used to cook. Or that's what I ate when I was growing up. Or when I was sad, that's what I ate. And whenever I'm sad, if I eat that, I feel better. Or it was just so exciting. What did it do? Oh, it gave me a boost. So it's not the food, it's what the food is doing for us. So taste. So habits, emotions, access, and taste. And so our call to action is this. Number one, join the challenges. Don't just listen. Don't just let these shows come and go, but join the challenges. We have a challenge that we do every month. We do have a challenge that we do every month. And the challenges are, one, in January, it was to figure out your why. Why do you want to be healthy? Why are you doing the things that you're doing and that you say you want to do for your health? In the month of February, it was to begin fasting, work your way up to fasting once a week for 24 hours. That was February. Many of you have gone beyond that, 36 hours or 48 hours. And I applaud you. In the month of March was to figure out which of the components of the HEAT model are what are driving you. I'll tell you personally, I've got 3 of them. The EAT, which is interesting, right? Because it spells eat. So emotions, access, and taste. I eat because of emotions, I eat because of access, and I eat because of taste. I know that. Which one is it for you? So figure that out. And then a month of April was we did a 7-day meal plan, how to create a 7-day meal plan. And you are supposed to create a meal that falls into these parameters. And these are the parameters that I gave before, right? Minimize processing, no added sugar, right? Whole foods, starchy and non-starchy vegetables, low fat or healthy fat, lean protein, tasty, and appropriate portion size. Right? So that was the month of April. In the month of May, right, the challenge was to find someone to bring along with you, not to go on this journey by yourself. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. If you want to go a far way, take somebody with you. Find somebody to mentor, someone that you are going to walk alongside in the new year, new you process. There are over 1 billion people on the planet with diabetes or pre-diabetes. You can be the voice of change. You can improve your family history, the history of your community, the people on your job. And in this month, the month of June, is to make sure that you're getting some of those vital labs checked, which means that you have to go to the doctor. There's no virtue in saying, oh, I haven't been to the doctor in 10 years. Go to the physician, get checked, get your labs looked at, and begin working to improve your health. So that's the challenge for this month. You've got today is what? Today is the 7th. Okay, so the challenge for June. Call up a doctor. Say, hey, I've not been in to see you for a while. Or I have been to see you. Are we looking at these labs? Go back and watch the show that we did this past Monday, and it'll go through all of those with you. Okay? So join the challenges. That's number 1. Number 2, tell your story. So when you come, claim your seat. Say, hey, I'm fasting. Put those in the comments. How long have you been fasting? 24 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours. If you're having challenges, put those in. Say, hey, I'm struggling with this. When people see you, when they hear your successes, they know they can do it. When they hear your challenges or places that you are having issues, that means we can come around, we can support you, and we know that we're not by ourselves. There's nothing like feeling alone. So tell your story and then invite a friend. Don't let this just sit on the shelf. Send the link to somebody. We've got so many playlists, so many videos that we've done. In fact, I was looking just the other day, and I don't know what the exact number is now, but I think we have done about 70 to 80 videos, almost 90 or more videos since January. That's a lot of information that's out there that we in this community are generating, and you are part of that. So share the information. Let them know, hey, say, come, let's do this together. Let's watch these videos together. Let's go through the path. And we've tried to segregate the videos in different ways. All right, so there's a playlist. Actually, let me see if I can, I'll pull that up. There's a playlist that's called How to Reverse Your Diabetes. That's the playlist that has all of the videos that we do on Mondays. There's a playlist that's called How to Fast for the Beginner. That's a list of short snippets, clips of the things that we're doing. Let's see. There's a playlist that's called Diabetes. There's let's see where it is. Okay, so New Year, New You. So that's this list that we're doing. There is, let's see, tools to help you reverse your diabetes. That's the list that goes. Let me pull this up. I'm trying to get this. Let's get rid of that one. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, and so we've actually created some what are called podcasts. So we've curated some of those for you. So here on the channel, you'll see how to reverse your diabetes, right? So that's a list of all the videos that we've done. That's our Monday videos, and it looks like there are 33 videos that are in there, right? That's a lot. Fasting for beginners, right? So that's a good one. Q4 Winning Moves. That's the show that we did in the end of last year. So that's a great one to get you ready for this year. Mastering Diabetes, 32 videos in there, right? Beyond Diabetes with Dr. Dwain Woode, right? 240 videos. So on the channel right now, I think, if I remember correctly, we've got 767 videos. So there's not a dearth of information. As a matter of fact, there's a wealth of information that's out there that you have access to, that you can use to help improve your health. Always, always. All right, let's see. I see. Hey, Teresa. Teresa says, hey, hello, Dr. Woode and Steve and everyone. Hey, Teresa, thanks for coming through. We've been talking today about what do we do on post-fasting days in terms of eating. And so we went through